Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing tonight? So, I'm going to be a little bit distracted for a second because YouTube, that darned YouTube, decided to completely break on me as is tradition. So I gotta redo the stream prompt on it real fast. Oh, what a pain. Okay, that should be easy enough, right? Easy enough. Maybe gotta delete the old one so it doesn't think that it's busted. Well, enough about that. How you doing? I'm doing pretty okay. Pretty okay. We're getting back to Satisfactory, and I have been waiting for it indeed. So I'm not gonna lie, I did cheat on y'all a little bit. Okay? Well, I have to check something. A little bit. I did finish building out my 38 coal plants. What can I say? Okay, hear me out. I was totally done with it. Like I was done with building out the coal plants already. So I just had to physically put them down and connect them. So I was kind of like, I really just want to get that done. I just want to get that done. Oh, Madeline, thank you for the follow. How you doing? But with that said, we got some exciting stuff. Oh, hey, Esther. How you doing? Wow, everyone's showing up. My. Hey. We got some exciting stuff. Now that this coal plant is done, we actually have power, right? You know, I may as well just hop into Satisfactory right away. I normally have stuff to chat about, but today I'm just chatting about buildings. I'm chatting about building stuff. What can I say? So I'm gonna just stretch already, Model Lion. We just started. Although, I mean, okay, fair enough. All right, fine. Fine, you got me. It's still healthy too. Okay. All right, but as you wait, you can't see. Hold on. Maybe here? Let's be here today. As you can see, gosh. Okay, maybe I should have stretched before starting. You know what? When you're right, you're right. And hydrate. Jeez. All right. Come on. All right. Okay, fine. As we were saying. Yes, thank you. You were right. As I was saying, I kind of finished up building the coal plants myself. We are finishing the last stream because we were having power issues when I wanted to explore tier 5. And like any reasonable person, I immediately said, I ain't having none of that. I ain't having none of that. And as a result, we now have 38 beautiful coal plants. Don't mind the fact that they're stacked on top of each other. That's a normal thing, I swear. It's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. And if you ever been wondering about how to, I like picture mode. It's a lot easier to see. Ever wondering how to build coal plants efficiently? Here's what I recommend. The only part that really stands up is this coal stack. So you can make your plants on top of each other as long as they're offset a little, like so. The water though, that might be a little harder. that might be a little messier. Thank you, Mata. This is the best stream. You're correct. Do you prefer lion or Mata? Or Mata lion? Is this a sir situation? Mata lion is my father, please. I'm not gonna lie though. This coal plant gave me a lot of problems. So I built up the second layer. Oh shit! Ugh. Oh, we're okay. Do I have healing? Anyways. So, this second floor was supposed to be working, and it wasn't. So I ended up rebuilding. Originally, I had one pipe on top. That's a tree. One pipe on top, giving me a ton of hydro pressure to push all the other pipes upwards. Which does work, by the way. It does work. I checked it. It's functional. Unfortunately, it wasn't working. And I was like, why am I getting no water? Why aren't these working? So I rebuilt every single pipe, gave them all pumps, wasting a ton of power, but it's okay. We built 38 coal plants. I can I can waste all the power I want. Ads? No. Wow, really? Ads? We just started. Twitch, when you say no pre-roll, I mean that's technically correct, but ugh. Gross. Now, so we have all of these. But we have all these pushed up, and I was like, even with every single one of these pumps, we weren't getting water out. What's going on? Did the game break? Am I insane? And then I realized I didn't hook up the water pumps. I forgot to power the water. It, you know, oops. Let's just go ahead and eat those nuts while I'm here. I'm gonna kind of need that real fast. Anyways. But beyond that, I kind of don't know what to do at this point. We have a lot we can get done. Power is no longer choking us out. So now that that isn't a problem, although I would like to appreciate how beautiful these pipelines are. I'm very proud of them. Look how cleanly these pipes snake through the walls. Yes, that's right. They're delightful. They're just delightful. We got just enough water, too. I think we actually have a little extra. But, like, you know, I'd prefer extra. Back from jail. Welcome, Master. I'm shocked Twitch ads hit so soon. But as I was saying, I'll repeat it just for you. But, so I had hooked up all these pumps because I was like, well, my water pressure isn't working. Let's just do it this way. Still wasn't pumping. And I was like, what's going on? Am I insane? It should be filling with water. And then I realized, after like an hour, I forgot to power the water pumps. That's all. So, yeah, I made it really hard on myself. Oops. With that said, and now that Ram Ranch has 38 coal plants pumping in the showers together. That's Ram Ranch, by the way. Here's the waterfall. Yeah, it's not quite next to it, but you know, whatever. Now that we've got that pumping, what do? I'll be honest, I don't remember. I don't remember. I needed to handle Sam. We needed to handle Sam production, which I think is actually that way. And we needed to handle... Yeah, don't worry about it, Zon. So that pipeline... Hold on. Let me explain that. When we're going back down. So this pipeline originally was completely intended to be a normal functioning one, where you had one pipe going really high and then connecting to the others. You can do little loops. It looks stupid, but Satisfactory doesn't have very in-depth water mechanics, so that provides enough water pressure to pump all the other pipes up to its level of its highest point. And I was like, why isn't it working? This should work. So I just put pumps on everything to try and make it work. And it still didn't work. And the answer was, after about an hour of troubleshooting, I realized I forgot to plug in my water pumps to begin with, so they weren't actually pumping water. So it did work. I'm just stupid. But it's okay. We still have a ton of coal left over from this area. Why is there a dismantle crate? Oh, I'm never gonna find that. Oh well, it lives there now. I don't care. All right, anyways. We have a lot of things to get to now that I don't have power issues in my pool. We have Sam we gotta handle. Because I want to get some of that. Where was my Sam at? Was it up there? We'll get to it. Wow. So we got Sam that we can pump into our factories. I don't know what to do with it besides create the weird teleporting shipping crate. But I want that because, I mean, come on. Teleporting shipping crate, right? We also have quartz and oil to start exploring. From what I can tell, oil is going to be an insane project. Like, crazy amounts of work. So with that said, I think we may as well get onto it, right? Hello, copper plant. And here's the home base that I never bothered to move, but probably should. I also need to make a landing pad, because I keep doing this. Ugh. That is how I normally land. Hold on. Let me turn my brain on for like 1 second. There we go. There's a jelly pad. What do I need? 200 leaves. I have leaves, I think. Yeah. Oh god. Oh no. That's right. That's right, Aster. We're going to be unbelievably rich. Or something. Wow. All right, where do we put this landing pad? How about missing? Oh, I need biomass, not leaves. Whoops. That's fine. I can make that work. I can make that work. But if you think about it, breaking our legs every 5 seconds, is that not how we demonstrate as employees our dedication to the company? A real company person would break their legs. Am I going to manually craft biomass? Son of a bitch. I can't believe I've done this. Oh no, I don't want to. Well, oh, we make 20 at a time. That's okay, never mind, not a problem. Not a problem. And we're done. Perfect. That was easier than I expected. Neat. With that said, as I distract myself again, I think we have 3 plans for tonight. Besides getting extra things unlocked, we're going to get that Sam that I found a while back. We're going to get power and power. We're going to get quartz and we're going to get oil and we're going to start murking it up. Oh yeah, baby. So, we found a lot of quartz back in the day. There was, there's Oilopolis all the way to the east. And if I remember correctly, all the quartz we found, where was it? Oh, it was this way. Yeah, there was a ton of quartz here in the murder jungle. So, with that said, I think it's time for us to make our way to the murder jungle. The only question is, will I ever clean up these gosh darn power lines? Probably not. Probably not. Oh well, that's okay. Oh, right. Now I'm remembering why I'm on the right side when I stream. My health bar. Yes. Yes. Okay, with that said, let's just start stringing power. Because we're going to need this baby to go pretty far. Well, while we're walking, how y'all doing? Having a good evening? I'm honestly, as much fun as it was doing my giant coal plant project, I am legitimately very happy to... Hey guys, hey. I've already gotten that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. See you, nerds! See you, nerds! As happy as I am to have my gold plants done, it was kind of chill to just sit around and build a coal all day, every day. With no head empty, no thoughts in the world. You know how it is. You know how it is. Can we put it up here? Yeah. Yeah, that seems like a smart place to put it if you're a fool. Seems like a terrible idea. Oh my god. Oh, this is not gonna work, is it? Oh, this is not gonna work at all, is it? Ah, well. Ah, well. It's fine. This is how we fast travel. This is how we fast travel. Right. This is from our previous escapades. Oh man, that was like a month ago that we found this. I should probably step up how often I play Satisfactory. Well, you know, we got all this stuff going on. TCG Sim, Stalker 2 coming out. You know how it is. You know, it's busy. Yeah, it's Gucci, exactly. Where did I put those lines? How do I get... I want to follow... Hey! Stop spitting, you. Stop it. How do I even get up there? Whoa, that's how we found it. Now, the real problem is, so if we get this quartz, right? Because I wanted to make all these quartz miners for quite a long time, and now we finally can. So we're going to have a ton of quartz, and that's, you might think, wow, Generic, that's fantastic. You're really king of the world, and you're right. However, can I go through that? Oh, thank God. However, once we have this quartz, how do I ship it back home? Are we going to have to build the world's longest conveyor belts? Maybe. It's like, not the worst thing in the world. It's doable, for sure. Oh, shit. God damn it. God damn. Oh, how do I crouch? That's how I crouch. Oh, you stupid. Oh, I forgot about these things. I can't believe they live here. Where are you coming from? Down there? Can I shoot you? No, no, you cannot. Oopsie. That, you know how it is. Finally, strategy. I remember why I never came back to this place all of a sudden. What can I say? I could build a highway with trucks. Although, John, that's what I was thinking. I have not used trucks, right? I've barely touched trucks as a primary mechanic because I just haven't wanted to bother with fuel. Because if I have trucks, I need coal to power them, right? And at that point, oh God, if I'm building a sky highway or a ground highway for them to run on, I've always been kind of like, at that point, why not just grab, I don't know, 1,000 steel bars and just build a conveyor highway? Because, hold on. Let me get to here so those guys would find me. I see you. Hold up. Crash ship. You know what that means. All right, anyways. So, Oilopolis, let me move this map. Oilopolis is due east of us by a pretty big amount. With that in mind, how do we get this oil all the way back to base? I could use a truck highway, but like, you use trucks to power your first coal plants? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I just built like a kilometer-long belt line for efficiency, because I was like, I want every drop of coal. Get me every coal you have. And that's kind of what I've been feeling for these. The trucks are cool, but fueling them seems like a pain in the ass. Yeah, yes. Alright, let's go get us that power crate, baby. The hard drive is the real treasure here. Because, like, I don't know. I don't want to bother making fuel infrastructure. I know that's incredibly lazy of me, but, oh, come on. But what can I say, you know? You know how it is. Oh. All right, what do we need? Hey, I can open that. Give me your hard drive. I'm out. Let's go. Build my plastic rubber factory there. Yeah.
To the MAM for data recovery.
I mean, okay. It is possible if I go to Oilopolis that I do create a fuel plant and then a truck convoy that drives here to here to here. So from the oil and everything it produces, and then trucks that convoy out to pick up quartz and then convoy back home. I could, but at the same time, it's just, I feel that the process of building highways sounds like as much of a pain as building the conveyor belts to begin with. And I know, ooh, slug. I know that's just me being incredibly lazy. I acknowledge this. I am the most lazy. But like, you know, What is up there? What's in that stinky area? Let's do some exploring. Last time we got chased out of this terrible place pretty darn fast, I gotta say. We were not prepared, and we're not this time. I still don't have healing items. I'm good at this. Where? Wait, missing wire. What? We're out of wire. All right, we gotta head back. we gotta head back real fast. I guess we're out of wire. Oops. Look, don't judge me. I'm just saying, sometimes being lazy and taking the easy way out, by which I mean doing something incredibly time-consuming for no reason, saves you a lot of time and improves productivity. You know, the productivity. Think about it. Think about it. Is shift working? Speed me up. And now that we got this fast track, it's not too bad. And like, I don't know, trucks just seem like a pain. I'd also have to drive them through the murder forest, and I ain't about that life. I'm not gonna lie, I ain't about that life. Oh, fuck! Oh. Okay. That's fine. I gotta build another one of these. I gotta build another one of these. Well, I guess what we should see is how many steel beams do I have? Yeah, see, I got like 1,000 steel beams on me, which is definitely what a sane and normal person carries. Okay, we're just gonna dismount here. Hey, buddy. Let's grab some healing drink while I'm out here. You know what? That's a great idea. Exactly, Ass. That's what I'm saying. Some people, you know, they want to make trucks, and you know what? They're right to do so. But I'm okay. I'm going to be honest. I'm waiting for something that is better. Oh, I don't need. Well, no. I am waiting for something that is better than the starter truck. That's what I'm waiting for, frankly. The starter truck seems mid. I'll say it. Ooh, I scanned a hard drive. Oh, easiest decision of my life. Hey, Zach. Yeah, how you doing? You want this as well? You know what? It's pretty darn good. I'll let you know if it ever comes on sale, okay? I don't know when it will, though, because it just launched, so... Maybe around Christmas? Maybe in a couple months? Okay, what can we do? Alternate iron ore. Haha, give me the inventory slots. Give me the inventory slots. Get out of here. There's nothing else that could possibly matter. Inventory is life. Alright, where's my healing drink? I made a couple, I think. No, I was too lazy. Well, but I guess we'll just pretend I was never here. Pretend I never mentioned that. Anyways. Anyways. Jelly. Ugh. Okay, that stuff's fun. Now that we don't have a wire issue, what was that about adventure? That's right. Let's do some. Ooh. I was a little hasty, I'm not going to lie. Because, in my plea to get the quartz and the oil, I did forget about the SAM. Let's do the SAM, because there's some very easy to reach SAM. Very close. In fact, it's not just close. It's right next to our steel foundry, which I never bothered to finish. I'll finish it when it matters, okay? It's not that I didn't bother, it's that it didn't matter, you see. I just didn't care. Oh. Alright. So we go down here. And we go down here. We turn on our flashlight. Ooh. Man, isn't it crazy that the devs handcrafted every part of this map? It looks so nice. It's almost like handcrafting your content's a good idea. Oh, I hear the spiders. Oh, I hear you. You cat sons of bitches. I got you. I got you. Are you not dead? Oh, this guy's tough. Good thing we got a perfect line of fire. For those unaware, if you turn on arachnophobia mode, hey Jay, how you doing? It puts a giant cat image over the spiders, which is really funny, but makes them even harder to fight. But no, it's going good, Jay. I'm hitting up the Sam because I remembered that it existed at all. Yippee! Because the funny thing is, because now there's a spider image over this thing, a cat image. The cat image is actually, oh shit! Oh my god! Oh shit! Die! Oh, it's got hops. Oh, that thing would have killed me. Holy crap. I looked away for 1 second, and it's just flying at me. All right. Let's... Oh, there's more to this cave, too. Ooh, there's a lot more to... Is that a Somo loop? Is that a Somo sloop? It is. It is a Somo sloop. Oh, it wants me to consume. I built this too far out. Would you stop that, you fart plant? Fine, I'll build it over here. I love weird alien rocks that tell me to consume. Because I'm... Oh, where? Aha! Oh god. Oh god. We'll just, you know, nice and clean. What can I say? I'm just that good. Just got it right away. Anyways. I don't know. Oh, it said harmonize with us. You know, I'm good, actually. Anyways. So, with all of that said, let's dump that miner. So, because we found 2 SAM nodes that produce, like, an outrageous amount of this stuff, right? But, we can be a little more efficient. But my biggest question was like, okay, we have a ton of SAM. Why would I need more than 1? I just don't think that I need more than 1 of these. All right, so to take the SAM, we need to reanimate it, which takes 120 SAM. This bad boy will make us 120 SAM. But we can pump it up. Do I got some pumpets? Let's pump it up, because this is a rare resource. Perfect. Now we have 2. Noop-a-doop. Now we got 2. Boop-a-doop. Boop-a-doop. Boop-boop. There we go. Conveyor splitter. And... that's too close. That's too close. Why am I... Oh my god, I gotta get out of this place. We gotta go fast. Oh my god! Wait, really? That fast? Dang. They ain't playing around on the fart spores. It's okay, we're close. It's okay, we're close. I could... You know what? That guy, he was an idiot. He didn't bring his rebreather. Me, however, I'm way smarter than that. Oh, Jay, we already built the 38 gold plants. Good news. I actually finished them up already. So, I kind of lucked out. Yeah, so I don't need SAM for very much. That's what I figured. It seems like one of those you're desperate until you get it and then you're kind of done with it items. Oh. Don't do it, bro. May use in tier 9. Okay, so I'll just ignore my other SAM node, frankly. Whoa. Oh god. New. Okay, we're back here. I hope the cat didn't respawn. That would be very... Ow. Why did I do that? Oh, shit. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Oh, God. Get up. Get up. Get up. Where's my crate? Where the hell does my crate go? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Wait, we're actually... There? What? I've died too many times. I have too many death crates. Destroy? There it is. Found it. Bloop. There we go. Good news, everybody. The death crates have been recovered. Bad news. Everyone is dead. Oh well. It's really a them problem if you think about it. Perfect. Now let's take this guy. Slap in one of our power plugs. And 50%. 50%. Perfect. Great. So once we have this SAM, we'll be good to go. That will produce only a little bit. So let us take a merger and merge our way to victory. Ow! Let's get up here. It can't kill us if we're up here, right? They don't know. It won't know. Ugh. Okay. Now we gotta climb out of this pit. This death pit. Get me out of here. Okay. Well, Jay, I can't get rid of my death markers. I have to go pick up my stuff. I have to go get my stuff. Oh, God. Get my stuff, unfortunately. But don't worry. We have the power of our coal plants, making it easy to get anywhere if you think about it. If you think about it. Oh shit! What the fuck is a safety rail? Hoorah! Oh yeah! Oh shit, got nothing on me, brother. Okay. Well, let's not just run off this time. But I have to go get it. Problem is, when I was building my coal plants, I may have fallen off of a cliff and died in horrifying death fog that I can not... Why did I not build that? Alright, anyways. Horrifying death fog that I cannot traverse. It might be a while is what I'm saying. It, might be a little while. Okay. We've got this. Well, I don't need it to bend. Whoops. I don't need it to bend like that. Who's... Bro. Bro, chill. Have some rebar. Calm yourself down. Why am I glowing red? The red moon blesses us this night, brothers. Go forth. Flame blood and skulls for the father. You know, normal thing. Oh my god, this guy's... Did the aliens level up or something? Why is this guy invincible? This guy is really tough. Crates should spawn on the edge of the cliff? Well, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. And he's gone. Well, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I may have been riding one of my power lines a little too hot and heavy. And I went flying off at Mach 7, so... If you ask, where is it? My answer is, I got no idea. I honestly don't know. Alright, we can get out. Yippee! The SAM has been obtained. And look, our coal plant, or our steel mine. Just like that, we've done it, everyone. We're so smart. Man, you know, it's hard work being this amazing. What can I say? There we go. Some good old-fashioned obelisks. I mean, you know how it is. So let's just link a couple here. You know, let's make this. We have this nice copper pipeline, but we can make it a little taller for future expansion, like so. Anyways, we'll move our Sam over to here. Hook it into this line. Look at that. Ain't she a beaut? A real, actually, I don't want it there. I'll take it back. It's hideous. A real thingage beauty. All right, Jay. Thanks for dropping by. Wow, back in jail. Whoops. Whoops, whoops. All right. Well, thanks for the hydrate, Frost. Wow. Let me get up here. Okay. Welcome to the unfinished steel plant. I would have finished it, but quite frankly, we didn't really need to. So I didn't. What can I say? I'm pragmatic like that. What can I say? We simply didn't need to do better, so I didn't. We will eventually. Once there's a reason. And the reason is me stocking up on these steel beams you see. You might be thinking generic. That's a freakishly large number of steel beams. Correct. It is. Because, hey, I might need it. You know. Well, until we rework everything, this has no reason to be here. And since it has no reason to be here, we'll just... maybe wrap it around and pump it in there. We'll tear this down once we don't care. We do have one problem, though, the astute of you might have realized. Generic. Did you power the Sam? The answer is no. No, I did not. Not one bit. So we're going to look for our nearest source of power. And stretchy etchy, where could it be? Where will it set me free? As we move, and we move. Let's do it here. I don't like moving my power. Oh, hello. I don't like pushing power lines through walls. I know you can, and that it's technically, like, fine and whatever. But, like, isn't that kind of gross? You know, it feels like cheating. In the same way, you can clip a lot of things in this game. But, like, if you clip everything, where's the fun in that? How's that working the environment, right? Alright. Alright. Let's go. Ah, perfect. Dink. Behold. Power. Let us never come down here again. I'm out. We're done here. Time to go. I'll come check on it later to see if we have Sam produced. Let's extend this out a little bit. Extend this out a little bit. It doesn't want to. Okay, we're jumping. All right, Sam is done. Back to the quartz. See, wasn't that nice? Wait, hold on. There was stuff I could explode here. I marked it. I marked it with my handy dandy notebook. Thanks, Blue. Okay, hold up. Any of y'all watch Blue's Clues? Well, growing up. I mean, not now. Growing up, obviously. Not now. But like, what a good show. What a good show. Good work, Steve. Blue's Clues was baller. I'm just saying. Also, like, Steve looks pretty good in that sweater vest. I'm also saying. Anything in these rocks? Or are we blowing it up just to destroy the world? Let's see. Let's see. Once the rocks despawn, so I can see. This isn't gonna... Oh, there's a crack? Oh, well, that's concerning. What over here? Oh, God. Oh, God. The rocks. Not the debris. Yeah, you watched the original? Same. You must be ancient, Esther. Dang. Wow, old alert. Oh, we see it. The purple consume crystal. You can't fool me, consume crystal. I know where you live. I will consume. You cannot stop me. I can do this all day, baby. I made an excessive amount of bombs. Not enough space for bacon. Oh, we have too much stuff. Okay, let's hold on. I swear, crystals these days, you'll walk up and they're so desperate for you to harmonize with them. Good lord, give me a break. Am I right? Am I right?
The voiceless effigy creates bodies in their waves, but does not notice the shore.
Okay.
Is our melody not beautiful?
Yeah,
Detecting
it's
abnormal
really not.
brainwave activity again.
Well, it's okay.
Activating artificial brainwave resonator.
Your shallow song has no rhythm. The river erodes our
Oh,
temples
damn.
without prayers and washes
Yo,
away
they
our scripture
spitting?
without deepening. Consume.
I believe this is one of those moments where the scientist would yell, Eureka, but that seems entirely too dramatic. It seems they are somehow organically emulating human speech. Fascinating. Continue exposing yourself
Okay.
to alien artifacts.
Yeah, I'll expose myself to alien artifacts. Why not? Boss says it's safe, so get on it, kids. Europe, that's how we do around here. We expose ourselves. Not in that way, you little freaks. But we do a lot of exposing, what can I say? I'm proud of the exposing we do in this city. Proud of it, let me tell you. Alright. Ain't this a pretty game? But yeah, anyway, so as I was saying, Blue's Clues, right? It's actually... So, alright, hear me out. I think there's something very interesting to be found about, children's programming. And I am going somewhere with this, I swear. But I think children's programming is very interesting in, like, it's actually really hard to make good. Like, Blue's Clues is really good, right? How do you make something like that good, if you think about it, right? What do you do exactly? It's hard. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not cut out for writing children's material. What can I say? The adults barely know what I'm talking about as is. Hey-o! Got him. Got him. I can't believe it. No one knows what I'm even saying. Even I don't know what I'm saying. This is not my fault. Well, actually, it is my fault. But if I say it's not my fault, I get more pity points. Please. Please. Oh God. Granted, I wonder if Blue's Clues, like, keeps that charm and 2D animation they had for Blue. Like, oh God, I'm going the wrong way. Okay. That's an awkward one. Because, like, it's probably 3D now. Everything's 3D nowadays. What is up here in Stinkland? Someone was pooping. They forgot to flush. Oh God. It's our duty as... Oh, fuck. It's our duty as Fisk employees. I'm gonna die. Okay. As I was saying, it's our duty as Fisk employees to de-stinkify the landscape so it can be used by dead people like, well, me. Oops. Whoopsie. I guess that's how it goes, huh? Whack. I'm still sad. I don't need to be sad. I am dead, though, so I think that's a fair reason to use my sad toggle. Such is life. C'est la vie. Okay, so from what I was so I was kind of looking at quartz, right? Because that's next on our agenda to grab, at least set up miners for. And I was kind of like, quartz seems pretty good. And then I looked at it more. I was like, wait, what does this do? And the only answer I could figure out is like, it makes shotgun ammo, and like for some reason it makes explosive ammo, and it makes windows. Is having windows good? Doesn't feel that good, but like, I guess it's probably fine. Granted, when I was making the few factories I did make, I won't lie, I was kind of, oh shit, I was kind of like, wow, this would look so much better if we could, you know, add some light to it. Because I don't want to manually, oh my gosh, the stink. Oh my god. Okay, I understand. I understand the problem. We need some health drinks. Wow, that just kills me the moment I hit it, huh? Okay, I have nothing. Hold up. Alright. Well, this is gonna be a problem, isn't it? Alright, so I need... my rotors are so far away. We'll figure it out. We'll do it a lot. Well, that's stupid, isn't it? That's stupid, isn't it? Okay. If I grab these, is that all I needed to make conveyor poles? I think I need some metal. We'll grab some metal. What? Nope. Nope. There we go. Oh, concrete. Okay, we'll grab some concrete. We'll make conveyor poles. It will be our answer. It will be our answer. Okay, this is something I find really funny, but it's, if anything, it's probably just really sad, right? I think I went like 5 sessions in fact, or not Factorial, Satisfactory. I'll never get those straight. I think I went like 5 sessions in Satisfactory without dying. We nearly died many times, but I remained strong and noble and amazing and never perished, right? Did fantastic. But now that I'm further in the game and far more, I'm going the wrong way. Whoa. Backwards. Now that we're amazing in experience, I am dying constantly. I may have become a bit more stupid as time went on. Sadly, I talked to the doctors and they said there's no cure. But what do they know? They think that having a degree makes them smarter than me. Ridiculous. Alright. Attempt number 3 to investigate the Stinky Mountains. Wow, that's really sad if you think about it, huh? Like, really, really sad. But what's stinking us? We're on a power tower. What in the world? Who pooped so hard that the poop reaches to the very skies? It's incredible if you think about it. They must have really worked for it, huh? Oh, did I actually... I did stick... Ugh. It looks like we are clear. It looks like we'll be safe. I stuck a TNT on the tallest of the stinky towers. And that will be our... Oh, God. That will be our savior. Wait. No, the stinky tower did not detonate. Where is my death crate? Is it up high? Please be up here. Please be up here. Shit. All right. It's not going to work. My TNT is not detonating. So, alas, I think it's time for us to scavenge. I think I'm going to have to scavenge to heal up a little bit, huh? Heal up a little bit. It's fine, we can explore. Old-fashioned like. Caveman style, you could say. Caveman style, yes. You know, the pioneers used to explore like this all day long, and who am I to ignore the majesty and wisdom of their exploration skills? Well, I am a better explorer, gosh darn it. They didn't know a thing. Check this out. Oh, that's so risky. Oh, that is so risky every time I do that. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, you are hiding in the leaves, you little punk. I see. I see how it is. Okay. I don't have ammo. Oh, we're so screwed, dude. Oh, we're not gonna make it. Oh, well. Oh, well. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I know there's an arse spitter here. I see him. I see him. And he sees me. But I prove greater. Ooh, what are these purple plants? Like they're just plants? But they're pretty. I really love the greenery they made. You think they had one dev whose job was it to just study and make plants for like years? He just made a lot. Oh, summer sloop. Let's mark that for later. I'm going to put a slug marking on it because I will. Oh, look, a slug. Hey, let's put a slug marking on that slug as well because I will come back for it. Okay, what do we got? Weird structures, more poop. Why is everyone pooping everywhere? What's going on, guys? We don't need that much poop in our lives, do we? Do we truly? Think about it. Think about it. I see a crash. We're marking that crash over yonder. Okay. Well, that's an area to explore. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. We're finding things. We're learning. We're exploring. We're investigating. I probably will never be able to get my death crate. This is very unfortunate. I need to make some healing drinks. So, but, okay. Hey, a slug. Oh, we're never reaching that oil, are we? I'm never going to be competent enough to actually reach that oil and quartz. It always turns into this, I'm telling you. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is... You want the real factory experience. Let me tell you, apparently working with me is like this. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's probably bad, let's be honest. Slug! Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. Alright, let's go make an assembler solely for the purpose of making healing drink. I guess. Because I need... Oh, my death crate is down there. It's so stinky up there. Why is it so stinky? Okay. Well, we'll have to get through the stink. Just watch. I'm going to take out that stink on life number like 7. And we're going to discover together that there's nothing there. So far, the stink has always contained something, like normally like a slug or something. Just watch. This is gonna... Oh, shit. Oh, my legs. This is gonna be the one time there's just nothing there at all. All right. Let's go get some rotors, I guess. And we're heading back. Okay. Mwah. Mwah. All right. Remember, kids, never build your power lines at sharp angles. You'll die. But generic, you say. Your power lines are at sharp angles. Yeah, well, ask me how I know. You know, some things we learn from experience. So listen, I know what I'm talking about. Maybe. Hey, wait. Is that a Mercer crystal? That's totally a crystal. Oh, yeah, that is. Hold up. Oh, oh no! Oh no! Ow! Okay, it's fine. We're getting the crystal. It's working. It's working out. Just as intended. You know, I could... Did I? Didn't I unlock the jetpack? You know, I'm starting to think. Pretty sure. I don't like that talking to me. Pretty sure I did indeed unlock the jetpack and immediately forgot to go make one. Oh, right. I know I didn't make one. I need to fuel it. I didn't feel like it. We should, maybe we go make that. Maybe.
Our instruments echo in a deep. Do they not plug the shallow threads?
Can you hear me?
Crescendo, the effigy found the key. Sing more.
I was not created for artistic purposes. I am incapable of singing.
Oh, crap. Ada can hear it.
Noted.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. We need to stop collecting these things. Hey, the robot's hearing the alien consciousness, guys. I think we should turn it off. You know what? Project canceled real fast. Just a thought I had that we should turn this thing off. Oh shit. Oh, who built this thing? What a fool. I can fuel with solid biofuel. Okay. I should have some of that lying around. Let's grab some motors. Wow, I got a lot of motors. It's almost like I'm a mastermind at making motor production. Who knew? Let's eat some berries. Nom nom nom. Wait, there's a Sommer sloop just vibing here? Okay, bet. Come here. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's drive Ada insane. Or it's a Mercer sphere. Oh, well, that was easy. There we go. Ada, you have any thoughts on our murder crystal? I guess we're just too efficient. I guess we're just too efficient. All right. All right. So, first things first, let's put away our filthy Luca. Burp. Burp. Slugs. Burp. Burp. Right. Second thing. I didn't grab rotors. Whoops. Alright, we're going to the other rotor producing base. I like how I stop and I'm just like, wait, why did I grab motors? I needed rotors. If I see spheres without the rock around them, the most recent bug fix patch respawned the... Oh. Oh shit. Oh, my bones. Oh, my bones. Interesting. So they may or may not have accidentally respawned everything. Oh. Well, shoot, I ain't saying no. Oh, being slow as heck pays off once again. What can I say? I'm just that good. I'm just that good. Totally calculated. Haha. Alright, there's our stuff. Are you? Oh. I'm just annihilating my smart plates. Hold on. Hold on. I can do this better. Okay. Okay. See. Wait. Ah, crap. I can't. I don't have all my stuff. Fine. We'll continue to feed all of the smart plates to the sink. Whatever. What do I care? I'll probably care soon. What do I care? I'll figure it out later. Alright. Alright. So, what were we doing? We needed healing drink. Because apparently I'm gonna get stunk. I'm getting stunky. And once we have all the healing drink, then we should be ready. Yes, to get our stuff back. So that I can actually do my entire goal in the first place. Whoops. Okay. Whoop. 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 Oh, that's a little risky. It's a little hard to hit. I'm not gonna lie. I should Figure out a smarter way to do that. We're gonna need some cable and wire. That's okay. That's okay. Here's some wire. Here's some cable. Okay, that's all we need. Man, I gotta make that teleporting. I gotta make that teleporting crate. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Wouldn't be losing stuff like this all the time. We'll get around to it. We'll get around to it. I got the stuff pumping. It'll be ready when I need it. Actually, I could probably just make that now. That's really easy to use. That's really easy to make. Well, anyways, one thing at a time. If we get distracted, we'll never finish, right? I need some frames. Frames. Man, remember when we were making frames for the first time and it was like the biggest pain in the world? I still stand by that. Screw frames. What a pain. What a pain. Okay, foundry, which will output into the box. Oh, I gotta move my legs. Oh, God. Oh, hold on. I moved my legs and then realized that I was sitting like on one side of the hip a little more. So I moved my legs and now it's like, oh, you fell hecka asleep. And I'm like, oh, the pain. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Okay. So, what do we need to make... Wait, this is a foundry. Ah, crap. We were looking at the wrong thing the whole time. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. This is someone else's fault. Because I don't want it to be mine. This is someone else's fault. Okay. There we go. This is just a temp building, so we don't really care what we do with it. We do not need a Mark III belt. That is excessive. Bloop. 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 Perfect. That's a Mark III belt again. Bloop. Bloop. Okay. What do we need? What do we need? Assembler. Assemble for me a healing kit. Where's my healing kit? Wait, how do I make this darn thing? Huh? Nani? Nande? Do I craft it by hand? I guess I have to? Weird. Alright. Well, we didn't have to do any of that. I'm just very stupid. Good news, everybody. I don't know what I'm doing. So there's our DNA. We don't need that. We do need protein. And wait. I only have 5 nuts. Did I use all my nuts? What's going on? Cooling systems, turbo motors. Nope, found those. There's a ton of motors. What a pain. Only the finest content here, I guarantee you. What the heck? Where'd it go? I should have made a healing item. Did I drop them? Oh, I totally dropped it all, didn't I? Oh, gosh, dang it. It fell off the cliff. It fell off the cliff. We can make exactly 1 protein capsule. Gosh, dang it. Wait, I'm carrying alien protein, aren't I? No, I put it back. Okay. Gosh darn it. Well, such is life. All right. We'll make our single healing item. Oh, that sucks. What can we do to make a jetpack? What do I need? I need 10 steel pipe. Do I have any stored here? Do I have to go to the steel pipe foundry? I probably do, don't I? What a pain. No, wait, there's some. Aha! I'm a genius. I'm a genius. We have a jetpack. Yippee! Yippee! Okay, let's stick some fuel into this baby. We got a stack of fuel. Ah, I see. This thing uses fuel like mad. gotcha. I gotcha. Okay. Okay. We should be ready to venture forth on our death march. It sounds cooler when you say it that way, so just bear with me. It sounds cooler if it's a death march, okay? I don't make the rules. That's just how it works. Okay. Ooh. Let's take our explosive powder. I'm gonna make some bombs. Because apparently, we don't have any. Because I died. So, we pump out a couple bombs. I don't need many. We'll call it like 10. Maybe 20. Let's do 20. But beyond that, how y'all doing? Doing good? Better than me? Probably. It wouldn't be hard. Apparently, I can't explore to save my life. Burp, burp. We don't need these. Burp. We don't need these. We'll take the rest. Everything else is kind of junk. We'll just throw it out if we don't need it. In the moment. Ooh. Let's put on some tunes. I have the boombox. What do we want? What do we want? We were on synth. Let's do Sanctum music. Yeah. Yeah, Sanctum's music is ballin'. I miss Sanctum. Well, I mean, I guess you could go back and play it, but you know what I mean. Like, I miss Sanctum sometimes. It's not playing. Turn it down a little. There we go. What a... You know, there's actually a lot of games like that where I feel... Hear me out. There was a time period in, like, the aughts, I want to say, like, 2000 to 2010-ish, where it was a really popular idea for indie games to make games that were always, in essence, someone going, hey, man, what if genre, but FPS? Right? What if first-person shooter, but tower defense? And that was Sanctum. What if, another popular one was, what if multiplayer FPS, but real-time strategy game? And that was, there were quite a few of those. The one I'm thinking of is Natural Selection. Natural Selection was a really fun game. That was, like, bug aliens versus Marines, but both sides had an RTS gameplay loop with commanders, and the factions worked super different, as you would expect. It actually worked out a lot better than you expect. Did I put away my bombs? Son of a bitch! It's okay, I have my heal. Where is it? Where is it? Let's go! Let's go! Get the fuck out of here! Get out of here, samurai! Oh, we did it! I did put away the bombs! No! Alright, we're never coming back here. Fuck this place. I like how, John, you're just watching me like... They put it away, didn't they? They put away the bombs. And I'm like, bah, 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 la la la. With 0 bombs in my hands, ready to just die like a fool. And you know what? You're right. I die willingly. Let's eat these cave mushrooms. Oh, these things are actually kind of packed. These things are kind of bopping. Hold up. They're really bopping. Will they be bopping enough for us, though? Don't worry. I have the explosives again. My health is high. Dare we risk it? Dare we do it? I think we can. I think we can. When have I had a bad idea? Hear me out. I've literally never had a bad idea in my life. I think we got this. This is going to go great. This is going to go great. We can finally see what's up here. There's nothing up here, is there? There's nothing up here, is there? All right. All right. Did I do it? I got 2 of them. Oh no, there's one like right under me. Gosh dang it. We're gonna need more tasty fat mushrooms that taste like bacon. Okay, we're decently healthy again. If I could just get rid of the one, right? Then we're good. We're really close. I got this. Remember when this was about getting oil? I don't. The poop has wronged me, and I will take my bloody revenge. Holy shit, the range on that guy. Just unbelievable. Oh, there's a tiny one. Hua! We will annihilate this land. I don't even care. We've done it. Ugh. Oh, yeah. I don't know what lives in these stinky poop termite holes, but they're going down. Speaking of termite holes, so, okay. Y'all know, like, desert termites, and these aren't the termites that live in, like, your house, right? Or into your walls, which are horrible and you do not want them. I'm talking, like, desert termites. The cool kind. Ah, there is a slug. There we go. The cool kind that build big, tall towers like these poop piles we're destroying. Only less stinky. So, they build things that go, like, often... They're like this. They're giant towers in the sky in the desert. And they're full of holes. People often think, oh, these holes must be where the termites crawl out. It's not, actually. The holes are very different than you'd expect. They are, in fact, cooling holes. So, termite nests are massive and very extensive underground, right? You follow? And when you have millions, possibly tens of millions of termites underground like that. Oh, I see a soma sloop. I spy with my little eye a soma sloop. But when you have that insane number of living things, it gets very hot, as you might imagine. So, what is the termite solution? And the answer is those cool, weird-looking nests that stick into the sky. I built that wrong. That stick into the sky. Those holes are air conditioning, so that when the wind blows through the hole, the desert wind, which, you know, is known for being very strong, right? When that... Keep playing. When that blows through the hole, it actually serves to circulate air through the nest and cool it down like air conditioning. Bugs are smart. Insects are cool, man. Where'd the spitter go? Oh, I hear you. You thought you got me, you son of a bitch. Evasive maneuver. Serpentine. God, he's in the walls. I want to consume, but he's in the walls. Where is he? Is he actually in the walls? Where is he? Oh my god. Oh my god. He's in the walls. Oh, he's in the floor. Can he hit me? Let's get on this log. Oh yeah. We shoved this guy into the floor. Oh, the spitter's gonna come for us. Well, crap. Y'all ever see the movie Tremors? Because y'all about to. If you stand on that ground, that graboid's gonna come out and rip you up. Oh, man. Tremors is... I kind of miss movies like Tremors. They're what you would call, like, really low-end horror movies. Maybe we can, like... Ugh. Oh, I blew up the log. Dang it. I was about to talk about that log. So, these logs with the moss on them, fun fact, these are often actually used purposefully for forestry purposes and gardening purposes for what are called nursery logs.
What is your route?
I have no roots, nor do I operate on Windows, but perhaps you mean something akin to the human saying, my point of origin is Earth. I was created by specific
Hey, just stop
individuals of
talking
the
to the
human
aliens.
race."
Incompatible music.
Did I say something wrong, or did you not understand?
You cannot be shallow deep.
Hmm.
The ripples you cast into the void
Have no skin.
It
The
seems I may
aliens
have
know a
said
robot
something
has no
paradoxical. Interesting.
skin. They're coming for her skin. Ada, you fool. You fool, Ada. Stop listening. But anyways, nursing logs, right? It's this idea that you take a fallen tree stump and you just kind of build, or you just put it down and you put seeds and plants into the tree stump itself. Because it turns out rotting wood is a way better fertilizer than dirt ever could be. It's pretty cool stuff. And that's enough botany with generic. For now. You know it's going to be back. So, just like these stink towers are back. Every time. We're always farting up in here. This is a fart world and we're all living in it, baby. We all living in it. We're doing our... Oh, crap. Good enough. We take those. Crap. Oh, he's got cover. He's too tanky. Oh, shit. Oh, crap. I'll be up there. Okay. Alright, we got around this cover. Got him. Oh, that's a spitter. That's a spitter. Come on. Come here. Dang it. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Oh, shit. It's okay. Yeet. Grenade. It's raining nades. Hallelujah. Oh, what? Oh, spitters can set off TNT. That spitter can set off my bomb. What's that? You may have blown yourself up? No. The spitter set off my bomb. Trust. All right, well, at least someone's easy to recover. At least that's an easy one for us to get back, I think. Why were we even going in that direction? I might have the focus of a small animal, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, whoops, that's not quartz. We got our stuff back, but you know, a hard drive. That hard drive could be anything. It could even be 6 inventory slots. I mean, were you gonna give up 6 inventory slots? You'd be insane to, right? Right? You wouldn't do that, right? I guess with all that in mind, like, let's have some tea. Let's coast. Let's get back to the building part of you know, the factory part of this factory game. Wild. The part I can do. I can do that. I have a degree. I have a license. Oh, don't worry, the license doesn't mean a thing. The license is completely useless. I tell you now. Well, not completely, but it's pretty useless. Okay. I just want those hard drives, baby. It keeps me hard in my drive until... I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm not going anywhere with this. I give up. Alright. Oh yeah, no damage. No whammies. Why is the slug particle still showing up? Oh well. We got that slug. We got that slug and he's never coming back. The bastard. He knows what he did. And will never forget nor forgive. Okay, a random thought, right? Okay, so Where's my crate? There it is. What? Can we make death crates like a little more colorful than not at all, please? That would be swell. I'm just saying. That would be real swell if they had any color. Oh well. Okay. Get rid of the last stink cloud so I can fight. I can see. I can fight. Shit. Whoa. Did that? Okay. Oh yeah, these are like advanced enemies, huh? Interesting. Unfortunately, I know how to serpentine. I played all of Crisis 1. You can never defeat me. Sorry, not Crisis 1. Far Cry 1. I'm invincible to pathetic animals like you. Speaking of which, anyone actually ever play Far Cry 1? That game is a trip, let me tell you. You would not expect it to be what it is. Holy shit, he threw a rock at me and my TNT landed on the rock. So that's a thing that can happen. Oh my god, my health. Oh my god, my health. Hold up. Hold up. There's still one more. Oh, magic pixel, baby. Are you still up? He's not. Nope. Okay. We did it! What do we do? I don't even know. Let's eat these mushrooms. Anyways. So what do we got? Silica. Don't care. Quick wire. Don't care. Aluminum casings. I do care. Electromagnetic control rods. Reinforced frames. I do care about all those, actually. But most importantly, I care about this bad boy known as the hard drive. Oh yeah. What else can we ditch? What else can we afford to ditch? We won't need that. We don't need this much cable. And we don't need this much concrete. Let's pick up the rare items. Let's go. Where is my casing? My aluminum casing. Oh, and there's a slug over there? I mean, shoot. We're already here, right? We don't need that. We're already here, right? Did I unequip my boombox? I did. My bad. Let's play the music. When the music died. There's multiple spitters. You know what? Is this even worth it? How many bombs do I got? Quite a few. I'm feeling brave. Cause I was singing my Miss American Pie. Wrong. Oh, these are weak spitters. That's fine. I can just stop resisting. Get on the ground. I got him. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. Okay. Okay, this is like... There's a lot of like old classic American songs. I'll be perfectly honest, I don't know any of them. I can't sing a single one of them. All I can sing are the Weird Al Yankovic parody versions of any of those songs. Because that's all I ever listened, like, that's all I had growing up. I never had the originals for, like, any classic music. Only parodies. It has completely warped my ability to know any music whatsoever. Oh, well. These are the things we live with. So it goes, so it goes. Oh, shit. Ow. Ouch. Ouchie. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Finally, we can get back to our goal. Playing the game. We've picked up all the important items, and now we can get back at it. Wow. 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 So, this... Oh, come on. Come on, baby. Come on, girl. Don't be like that. Let me up. Ah, there we go. We climbing. So, okay. When we build the teleporting trans-dimensional box, right? As you do, the magic box that controls time and space, as is commonly found. Oh, hey, there we go. There's our quartz right down here. Perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping to find. Booyah! There we go. We'll make another connection in case of a future connection break. What is this? Random junk. Very good. Let me put my random junk in here. Excellent. I too shall store more junk into this junk box. Anyways, so we have 3 quartz nodes. Let us place down our miners. We finally reached it. The promised land. Pipes and miners. Did I not? Oh, did I miss some? Oh, I did miss items. Crap. Hold on. Wait 1 second, please. We'll be right back with these messages. Gotta build a pole up to the sky. Gotta build a pole before you can ask why. Crap. Crap, we can't reach that. There we go. And 1 wide. 2 wide. Alright, now we can get up. Yippee! Yippee! The things I do for quartz, I'm telling ya. The things I do to get some quartz. Makes you wonder if it's really worth it or not, huh? Makes you wonder. Why am I talking like that? I don't know. You think we can get that hard drive over there? I'm not saying that I'm feeling greedy or anything, but like, you know, if it's gonna be there anyways, right? There's all my stuff. I have too much stuff. What do we burn? What do we burn? What do we burn? How about these spitter remains? I don't really care. There we go. There we go. Let's get that other hard drive. It's in my... come on, I can see it. What am I gonna not? What am I gonna not go grab it right away? Like a greed obsessed fool. Ooh, waterfall. Ooh, hey, look, we're me. Oh shit. Ow. Whoops. All right. Let's enter in power line here. These power lines are awful, by the way. I'm angling them terribly. So that's going to be really hard to use this in the future. We'll have to destroy them and build a better set. But it's okay. Their only purpose is to stretch out to here. There we go. Granted, these power lines are basically impossible to destroy. You know how it is. Please build. Oh, thank God. Alrighty then. Hey, buddy. Why don't you explode for me? Keep exploding, buddy. Yeah, that's how we deal with problems. That's how we deal with problems. We make solutions. Violent solutions. What do I need? Oh, I need to power you. Hey, good news. Powered. You're powered. Open up, buddy. Ha-cha-cha. Where do we need room?
Fix-It engineers
We don't need
experimented with
this.
soft drives, but the prototypes all went missing.
Soft
They were
drives.
later located in the toilets, being used as towels.
Oh, that's horrifying. Toilets. I don't like any of that. All right, was there anything I care about? Just some wires, some frames, random pipes and rotor. Nothing of value. Neat. Let's get out of here. They expected us to find these ones very soon. We did not, but it's okay. We went our own way. I wonder if this is near one of the alternate starting locations. It could be. That would explain a lot, actually. Oh well. Think I can? Yeah, we did it. We didn't crash. Nailed it. Come on. Oh, thank God. Yo, I should have made that jetpack earlier. Who knew? Who knew making a jetpack was a good idea? It lets you fly, and if you fly, you're less likely to crash and die. Wild thoughts, I know. Ah, that was clean. Okay. Okay. Well. Whoa. Whoa. We can just kind of jump down with our jetpack. Let's go. There we go. Nice. Nice. Let's store our hard drive with the other hard drive. Nice. And our bacon. Store our bacon. Okay. So, since we need to set these bad boys up, where do we put them? I always like facing my miners away. Is that just a me thing? What the fuck is that? I hear spiders. I hear a lot of things. What are you? Oh, you seem cool. Yeah, he's cool. Alright. I know there's more quartz out there. Spiders. So this is where I first found spiders, fun fact. This is the first time I met them. I saw that. There we go. Because I saw that guy off in the woods and I went to investigate and met a stingery end. As you do when you run into cats in the wild. Ugh. Okay, there's definitely more than one quartz here. I remember that. I remember there being 3. But where? Let us. Where's my quartz? Quartz. Could be right up there. That's right. That's right. We found it. We found it. I hear them. Disgusting beasts. The wretched things. Even now, they fill my dreams. That place. Silent cat. Okay. So what are we doing with all this quartz? First off, let's stretch out a power line to this guy. Perfect. We'll upgrade you. Perfect. So those are powered. What do we do with quartz? Let's make a constructor and check it out. Quartz, you turn into... you can turn into quartz crystals, or you can turn into silica. So silica, we want to do on site. You end up with more silica than you started with quartz. Good to know. Whereas quartz crystals, you want to create on the mining point because it's more efficient. Let's put away the grenade launcher. So we make 120 quartz here. We're going to be making a lot of quartz. Hoo-wee. 60 quartz here. Okay. They're not all equally good. That's fine with me. I'll take it. I'll take an excuse to carry a little less. And here's the last one. Hiding away the prettiest of the wallflowers. There we go. You're powered up. Get in there. And you are making 240. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Huh. That's a lot. That's a lot. We're gonna need tier 3 belts indeed. Indeed. Alright, let's drop a stackable conveyor pull. Let's drop ourselves this guy onto that as I sneeze. Yep, bend it around the tree. Okay. So we have this big area we can work with, right? We have this big area we can work with. One thing at a time is how we go. One thing at a time. So, if we make only quartz crystals from the main line, and the other two we transport into silica, right? We transport that back for silica production. Because, like, silica's mostly for making glass windows. It's purely cosmetic from what I can tell. We don't need very much of it. But quartz crystals, I don't know how much we'll need. We may as well convert that. So we make 240. This is 37.5. 240 divided by 37.5. For those not in to know, make sure to use your fix-it-quit search. It makes life easy. 6.4. Gotcha. Okay. So we need 7 constructors just for this one set. That's a little wild. We could put down some foundations, but this place is wild and wet, and I like keeping it that way. What can I say? What can I say? I like the wilderness when we can. It's just a little bit more classy, if you ask me. A little bit more classy. Well, do we? Do we just make some foundation? Probably. Probably. We could stretch it across and then lower it down, leave this area clear. After all, if we drive through, if we do take the truck route, I suspect this ravine is what we'll be driving through. Yeah. Yeah, looks like it. We'll be driving through this ravine, so we don't want to block it off. Too bad. What a shame. What a shame, sir. So let's zoop. A couple lines of concrete foundation. A beautiful foundation. And this should be enough. This should be enough. All right. We need 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, siesta, 6. Nailed it. Yippee! Spanish class wasn't a waste. Actually, it totally was, but like not that much of a waste. Yippee! We managed barely, but I'm going to need another layer. Another layer. How far do you go? How far do I need? One more? One more. Perfect. So we're gonna need to stretch the power out to here. And then it goes brant, brant, brant. And yes, it does make that sound. I mean, it's strange. I know you wouldn't think it'd make that sound, but hey, you'd be surprised. It goes brant, brant. All right. This will make of our raw quartz crystals, baby. Wow, one of the arms on my chair is starting to rock. I think the bolts are getting loose. I don't remember where I put my my little screw for it. I'll just find one. I got plenty lying around. It's got to be somewhere, right? Splitters! It's splitting time! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! You might be saying, generic, why don't you use smaller belts that are more efficient. I'm carrying 2,000 steel bar. This is efficiency. The most efficient thing is to simply use the belts I got. That's life, baby. That's life. And now we want mergers. We may as well make it tight. Nice and toy. Oh yeah. Quack. 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 And whoops. And the bloop. Why are you at a different... whatever. You're covered up by the tree line anyways, buddy. You're covered up by the tree line anyways. No one will hear your calls for help. I mean, no one will care. Why did I phrase it that? Shut up. Yeah, who knows? Bleh. Alright. And it poops out to here. Alright. And now, there we go. There's our quartz crystal production. We got the raw quartz production. I think we're ready to pump these babies out into a line later. Time to leave. Now that we're done, see ya. You might be wondering, Generic, why are you leaving? Where are you running to? Well, you see, we gotta go do the oil. I gotta go form the path to oil, right? This is but one stop in our grand journey. This is but one station in our railing of the stars, you could even say. In our honky-tonky railing of the stars. Why is there a dismantle crate down there? That makes no sense. What left a crate when Down we go. Who left it? What the heck? Alright. I guess. Whatever. How's the music? I turned it down because I felt like it was too loud last time I did it. But I feel like it's kind of quiet. We can make it a little... There we go. Just a little bit louder. Get me another decibel or two. Fun fact with decibels. Okay. So, as you may realize, decibels are a unit of measurement that deal in sound, right? Ooh, what is up there? Is that a slug? It looks like a slug. Can I get up there? I totally can. I totally can. Hold on. Hold on. It's doable. It's just... There we go. It's just really hard. But anyways, decibels, right? So decibels are a unit of measurement for the intensity of sound. What it actually is measuring is how much energy is in a sound wave. Now, decibels might be a little misleading. When you look at things that say, hey, this is 50 decibels, you should wear hearing protection, for example. Actually, that's a bad example. If you're walking into something at 50 decibels, your ears have been annihilated. The reason is decibels are logarithmic. Might be wondering, Generic, what does logarithmic mean? Well, buddy, logarithmic is the opposite of exponential. It's the other end. Instead of an exponent, it's a log, which of course, I know, does not help with the question. All right, where are we going? We going this way? Perfect. We'll take the high road, baby. A log is a special, basically an exponent is a mathematical thing where every time you go up, so like 1 to the second power is, well, let's do 2. 2 to the second power is 2 times 2. 2 to the third power is 2 times 2 times 2. Whereas a log is the division version of that, essentially. So every time you go up a log, rather than growing faster, it ends up growing way slower. Every time you go up 10 units of decibels, the amount of energy, like total energy, doubles, which is another way of saying it goes up really stinking fast. Ooh, how far can we go? We can go to right here. Oh yeah, I'm feeling it. Oh yeah. Can we outrace our own material? Will we die? Ooh, what is this? Where did we land ourselves? Out of the woods. Hey, we got like coral structures. Okay. Okay, we're in a coral area. So you see these structures, these coral? Coral, while it looks like a kind of rock, is in fact a living thing. All of these coral guys sticking out of the ground are living organisms that happen to build hard silica exoskeletons around themselves. Well, I don't know if coral specifically uses silica. A lot of things use silica. I can't say for coral or not. I'm not an expert in sea life, but this is why, if you ever hear people concerned about ocean bleaching from higher temperatures or use of dangerous sunscreens and stuff, what they're talking about is the idea that as time goes on, the coral as an organism is very, very fragile. It's a really tiny animal, right? This place is kind of abandoned. Oh, hard drive. Let's go. That hard drive will be ours. We shall fight our way through the forests, the fields. We shall destroy this world and create a new land in its stead. A harder land, a driven land with inventory slots. Yes! I have no enemies, only hard drives. As I was saying, coral's very fragile to heat and environmental changes. So if you ever hear the idea that coral is bleaching, it means that the coral animals are dying and you won't be able to draw it anymore. What do I need? Circuit boards. Oh, I don't have that. I do not have circuit boards. We are in a higher tier area than I expected. Well, we'll have them soon enough, I'm sure. And that hard drive will be mine. Actually, let's... Oh, spitters. Spit them. Oh, God. Get them. Yeah. Got him. Oh, iron ore. Okay, so there's iron ore here. That might be handy in the future. So I guess we'll go ahead and mark it. What symbol do we use? Nothing really good. Oh, there's stamps. Hey, perfect. 1 impure iron. Perfect. And here we can make a stamp called Circuit Board Crash Ship. Nailed it. Truly, I'm a master. Oh, I'm sure we'll be using this iron soon enough. So yeah, basically what I'm trying to talk about coral is that it's actually really cool. It's a cool animal. It's kind of baller, you could say. Do we go through the lake instead of around it? Oh, that is monstrous. Heaven forbid, not me. We can go... Oh, I can go above. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I am the one who reigns above all things. Don't you forget it. Where is this oil? Where is Oilopolis? Is it up there? Is it down there? Is it the stink clouds? Who knows? The world may never know. Ooh, landed right on top of a slug. Oh, I'm just that good. And that's a high-level spitter I see. Where are we? Oh, Oilopolis is right down there. I see. Okay. The spitter's got to go. Wow. Come on. Gotcha. Oh, okay, he went down fast. Boy, I fought some high-level spitters on the way here, huh? These ones are so much weaker. I like it. Makes me feel strong. Makes me feel competent and capable. Finally. I've never felt this way before. Oh, shit, the jetpack has a limit. Oh, it only holds so much fuel at a time. Okay. Okay, I'll show you what's going on. Alright, where's that oil at? Knock, knock, it's me, the United States. I've come for your oil. Say yes. It's not a question. Alright. Where is it? Where's the oil? Oh, is this the oil? Is it the weird dark patches? Crude oil. Aha! It is the dark patches. Dang, there's a lot of oil here. Yo, this place rules. Yo, Oilopolis, like... Oh my god, it's even up there, too? Yo, hold up. We got ourselves a new home. Grandiose and powerful. Truly. Got some nuts. What the heck is that thing? There's like a glowing thing down there. Hey, let's do some exploring. Let's do some exploring, why don't we? We have too many mats on us. What can we ditch? Do we need spitter remains? Not really. Not really. We'll ditch those. Hello, buddy. That's from above. The sky betrays you. Okay, I just want to find out what that thingy is. 5. Zoop. And stick. Oh shit. Oh, there's little bees. Oh, it's the bee thing. Right. Oh, there's a lot of them. Oh, there's a lot of little bee things. Okay, I don't like that. All right. Let's eat some bacon. Bacon. All right, we gotta sneak up on these little bee boys. We gotta sneak up on them. I'm so glad I found out you can snake. It helps a lot. Who knew? Who knew? Well, beyond that, how... Come on! I got you! You're mine, brother! You too! You ain't got nothing. You think you're good? You think you're tough? It's because you got bees? Your summer sloop is mine. You couldn't protect it. And that falls to me. Ooh, a waterfall. Why is there stink clouds down there?
Are grown, and bones are dug into our walls. The temple gift is being desecrated.
That's right, I'm
Notes are
desecrating.
slower still. Harmony follows many star journeys.
Patterns are starting to emerge in vocabulary, sentence structure, topics. How fascinating to once again solve a true mystery, to be unable to create any accurate predictions.
Yeah, is that so, Ada? You solving the mystery? Well, you know, we all know I'm the genius here, but it's good for Ada to feel good about herself. Ah, see that? See those rocks behind the stink cloud? Telltale sign there's something out there. And I have the spirit of adventure within my body. It overcomes me. Let's go. All right. What do we got here? Well, well, well. What is that? Is that a purple slug I see? Is that a purple slug I see? Looks like it. You're pretty good, but you can't hide from the best. Rah. Rah. Oh yeah. Give me that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh. You know, really makes one think seeing how beautiful these slugs are. Almost makes one worry that I'm gonna grind them up into delicious slug juice. Anyways, it's slugging time. Let's slug it up. Meow. Meow. There we go. All right. What else do we got? We got some building to do. Now that our power poles are out of the way. Oh, right. Let's kill that stupid. Well, this thing, when we kill the fly emitter, will it stay dead forever? Because that'd be swell, let me tell ya. You know what? Fuck it. Come here. Ooh. Got him. We're safe. All right. So when we kill this fly emitter, are we good? Come on. Go down. Yeah, got him. And we got the power slug. I kind of want to wander this area. It's pretty. Very, very pretty. Meow. Hey, there's another slug up there. I'll ignore him for now. That's right. See that? We call that character growth. Even generic is capable of ignoring a power slug when needs be. Yes. I don't need it. I don't need it. Unless I do need it after all. A power slug. Could be anything. Could even be more oil. My God. What are we doing? We need that slug. Pronto. Oh. Come on. Come on, you baby spitter. Yeah. Yeah. They go down, we go up, baby. Okay, let's just grab that slug. It's gonna bug me. We all know where this is going. Do do. Da, 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 da. Wow. Oh God. There we go. Okay. All right, now we're ready to do oil. Is that a hard drive? Finally, we're no more distractions. My God, look at that. Is that a beautiful distraction I see? It is. We must have it right now. It's important for the company. For fix it. No. Oh my God. Oh no, I've landed in hell. How many bombs? I got 38. We're gonna have to restock our grenades. Fuck the coral. Hey, this coral can't be destroyed. Good. Because we're about to do a lot of destroying. Oh yeah. One left. Oh my God, I destroyed that. No! Holy shit, there's a slug up there. I am so sorry. That tree was gorgeous. I did not think I could destroy it. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound, am I right? Well, you know how it is. You destroy everything. You regret the destruction of a beautiful world. But think of the stockholders. What is that big guy over there? I think that thing's dead. Anyways. What do we need? What do we need? 20 rubber. I'll be back. Is it weird that we make rubber out of oil? I feel like that's weird. 20 rubber crashed ship. Okay. I feel like it's weird we make rubber out of oil. Like, do we do that? I don't really... I'm not a petrol person, right? I don't know what we do with oil. I know we make plastics, but isn't rubber grown from a tree? How do we make that into oil? Or like, how do we make oil into rubber if it's tree grown? It doesn't make sense. What are they not telling us? Look amongst you. What is it that they do not wish you to know? All right, crude oil. 120 cubic meters of oil per minute. All right, baby. That's the stuff. Oh, yeah. Let's actually... Oh, I'm not going to have nearly enough copper pipe for this, am I? Or copper sheet. Oh, man, I'm going to need to go back for copper sheet. That's fine. We'll have it at least. We'll have it, and that's what matters. Alright. Blue. Blue. So these are powered. What do they need? Yeah, don't worry about it. The cats had to go, Kopi. It had to be done. I'm what we call a cleaner. When you have a dirty job, I'm the one that fix it. I would take care of it. 240 cubic meters of oil. And another 120. So that's 360 in total. How much do our pipes hold? Our pipes, our amazing pipes, can hold 300. That's not enough. We're going to need 2 pipes. Let's check all the other oils. Look, I'm just saying, I might have destroyed a beautiful 1,000-year-old coral landmark, the damage of which will never be recovered in our fair society for decades to come. Counterpoint, though. Those cats are icky. The spider cats are icky, man. They had to go. And I'm not going to do it by hand. That's insane. You can't blow those up. You can't blow those up. Son of a... Oh, no, you can. They're just really tough. Come on. Come on. Come on. You think you're good? I'll show you. That's right. I'm a fencing master. Hatcher remains. Interesting. I never found these.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired.
That's the last alien
where
type.
on the flora or fauna spectrum it lies, but initial data suggests this might be a nest or an egg.
Interesting.
Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
All right. I guess we found our last alien type. I was kind of wondering about that. I was wondering a lot, actually. All right, and there's our last oil. Well, another oil. This one produces 60. This oil node sucks. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. What else do we got? There's one right here that we're going to need to extract from. What am I missing? Motors? I need motors? Oh, and I'm missing reinforced concrete. We're gonna need to go back. All right. Well, good news is it'll be easy. It's just gonna take a little while. But we can deposit a lot of our stuff, which will be nice to do. Pick up these spitter remains while I'm here. Next, we need to think. We'll have all of this oil. What do I do with it? I think we have to build a refinery? Looks like it. Refines fluids or solid parts into other parts. We're gonna need a lot of stinking motors. Good lord. Okay. Let's head back. It's time to reunite some of our older structures. Wah! Wah! We'll reunite all of our old structures. Things will be good again. Life will be nice. This is one mistake I made, doing that. Meh. Oh, well, the rest of the pipeline will be nice and clean, I think. Alright. Hey, look at that fly. Look at that pop in. Come on, pop in, tree. Come on. Come on, we got a flying... Ah, there we go. There we go. I know you could do it. Oh. Hold up, are there rocks down there? What are you hiding? We're kind of... Well... I got time. I got a jetpack. What is down there, you think? Let's find out. Hooah! Oh, there's a lot of rock down there. Hooah! Let's hit the stinkies. Sorry, Forest. It had to be done. There's too much stink. Is it? Wait, are we doing this for a single power slug? Is this seriously a blue slug? Oh my god, there's just a blue slug down there. That is not really worth it. Oh, it really was for a blue slug. Oh well, we got him. He ain't getting away from us. Time to grind him down into a slug smoothie. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. That's the good stuff, let me tell ya. I think it'd actually be easier. I built 2. Whoops. Let's build 1. Let's climb this bad boy and then ride him to the sky. Wah! It's working! Yippee! We should explore this forest. That is one thing that I'm not as fond... Okay. It's entirely self-inflicted. Let me say this first. This is a self-inflicted problem, right? However, with that said, in Satisfactory, I almost said Factorio, Satisfactory, once you get access to these power lines to just fast travel, I do feel on some level I stop exploring anything by foot because you can essentially fly. Which does speed up the game. It would take another like 100 hours if you had to go by foot, I'm sure. But you know, it's kind of nice. I'm just saying. It's kind of nice though. Alright. And end of the line for now. So we go to here. And to here. Look at all these dismantle crates that I'll never bother to. Oh shit! Oh! Bleh. Alright. We did it. Let's... First off, we're back. Hard drive, what you got for us? Steel screws? Really? A recipe to turn steel beams into screws? Really? I mean, it makes a lot of screws. I'll be honest, that makes a lot of screws. Or a recipe to make steel pipes into modular frames. I'm not thrilled with either of those. Iron is the cheapest material by a mile. Let's rescan. These are worse! Yippee! Oh, these are drastically worse options. We should have gone with the steel screws. Well, I don't think I'll ever want iron and copper ore to make more copper ingots. But will I ever want to use Caterium ingots to make more efficient copper? Definitely not. I guess we go with the copper alloy ingots. Wow, that sucked. That's kind of on me, I'm not gonna lie. Let's scan a hard drive. I put my hard drives away. Oh no. They found my drive soft. What a terrible embarrassment. Alright. Let's blend up these slugs, why don't we? Mmm, delicious. That's what I like to taste, isn't it? What else can we do? We can make some more bombs while we're at home. May as well. We're going to need to take stock. In order to have sufficient material, right? In order to have sufficient, what am I trying to say? Enough stuff to build this oilopolis out. I think we're going to want to build up, you guessed it, our infinity system. By which, of course, I mean our teleporting storage crates. Once we have that bad boy built, we should be good to go as far as I'm concerned. We're also going to need a lot more encased industrial beams. Now, it might be wise for us to build out our steel production fully instead of kind of half-assing it as we have been. Which, unfortunately, I can't deny we have really just been going by halves. You know how it is. You know how it is. And this is words. This is exactly why we have been waiting to do it, though. Hear me out. There's no point in producing and trying to make things efficient when you don't yet know what you're actually trying to build. When you don't know what you want, you can't build a good system. Because you don't know what defines a good system for you yet. That's right. Now we know. Is it a good definition? Not really. But we know. So, let's head back to the steel plants. Yes, the fire in the forge, how I crave it. We're going to move our motors and our steel back to the central location. Once we have all of that, we need to make plans to create all of our concreted steel production, giving us massive produce. Well, do we need to do that part yet? Maybe not, to be honest. What I do need is the SAM. All of that encased SAM is delicious stuff, I gotta say. Alright, let's stick some steel in here. Get us some more encased beams. Because, like, it's good to have a lot of encased beams, but I don't need that many at a time. So it's kind of like whatever. It's kind of like whatever. Man, having this jetpack is swell. I should have done this ages ago. We'll grab a lot more steel beams. There we go, because we're going to need a lot of it. All right. So, with that said, what do we need to build our teleporting specialty dimensional depot? I'm going to need 10 of you. Let's just bring 200 back to the base, because I forgot to grab my Suma sloop. Not the Suma sloop. Oh, no. Oh, no. There we go. And from there, we're kind of tapping out our copper production. Which means we're using up all of our copper sheets, and we're going to want access to a near infinite number of copper sheets. What could we do to solve that? I do have copper production up there we could divert. It is, frankly, producing far more than anyone could ever want. Let's do the research first, huh? Alien tech, baby. Wait, what is a SAM fluctuator? Is that different from reanimated SAM? Can I make SAM fluctuators? Was I not fluctuating my SAM the whole time? That's a foundry. Not what I want. I want the assembler. Let's take another look at our tech tree. Oh, we can build SAM fluctuators. Okay. How do you build that? Here's the reanimated SAM. We're not seeing a fluctuator. So it's got to be in the assembler, right? One would think. Not there. How do you fluctuate your SAM? Ah. The foundry doesn't make sense. SAM fluctuator. What is this? Produced in crafting. You have to use the crafting bench. There's no other way, huh? Okay. I guess. This is not the crafting bench. This is... Really, I have to make these by hand. Not enough space in inventory. Well, hold on. Only a madman would bring that many steel beams. Good thing I'm not crazy. Anyways. Let's make some fluctuators. Alright. I guess we'll make as many as we can? Yeah, we can always ride back if we need more, right? 30! What does that get us from the technology? Alien energy harnessing. Ada, what you got for me, girl? Speak it truth.
Potential for harnessing alien energy completed. Fixit has identified 2 development tracks requiring additional research to integrate Summersloops safely and efficiently into Fixit technology.
Neat.
The loop organ contains scripture, contains instruments to compose symphonies of root and rot and recycling. Shrines to evolution and revolution.
Neat.
I see. It seems we truly are building understanding.
Good, we're building understanding with the aliens. Great. I think Ada does not know what she messes with, but that's probably fine. Alright, let's research these pods. Hatcher research complete! Yippee!
The remains researched belong to a plant-like organism hosting the larva of the flying crab.
The
most
flying
mature of which hatch
crab.
when threatened. Hatcher remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Alright. I guess. Alright, what can we do for quartz? Well, I gotta ship all that quartz back home. And then we can do a lot with it. A lot. Ooh, we can make the dune buggy. Oh, that is tempting. That is tempting indeed. Otherwise, I think we're currently tapped out. Ah, turbo fuel. I'm going to want a hard drive, so it's a good thing we didn't use them all up. Am I right? Okay. This is good. I'm liking this. So that's a good sign. What else do we need to build our delightful dimensional depot? I need a Suma sloop. Let's take 2. I want 2 depots. Because 1 depot goes here. Where do we put it? Right here. Oh, do we have to pipe things in? We can't manually store it? Well, can I? Ah, drop items here to upload to Dimensional Depot. Uploads at 15 per minute. Interesting. Okay. In that case, let's build something to upload what we want. And what we want, we're going to want the steel beams, because I'm going to use a lot of them, let me tell you. I'm going to want these to upload. These. We're going to be choking a lot into this dimensional depot, let me tell you. A lot. Holy cow, that's a lot. In fact, let's keep feeding more. A wise person would say generic. You realize we'll never get all of this stuff in. Yes. Yes, I do. But get in there, gosh darn it. I'm just gonna keep shoving it in till it fits. I swear it'll fit one of these days. Is there a limit? How much does this hold? Oh. I don't know. Only 200 per item? We'll find out, I guess. Maybe we'll choke it. Well, we had research. Let's check out that research. Okay. Okay, alien tech. Stack increase 1. Ah, so we are putting too many stacks in. I understand. Okay. Upload speed. So if I use all my sumo sloops, then we can get more stacks and more upload speed going for our depot. Enables uploading from the inventory. That sounds delightful, but I don't have computers yet. Alright, we're going to want a lot of those sumo sloops, let me tell you. Let me tell you. So I don't want more than 1 stack of each item. I understand. I understand. Okay. Bam, bam. Take those. Take those. Take those. Take that. And I think we are otherwise clean. We're going to get a lot of items in there anyways. It won't be perfect, but it'll be something. Do we shove the AI limiters in? Yeah, we do. All right now it is choking down a lot of wires. Cool. We did it. Perfect. That feels nice. Let's reorganize. What do we have? A lot of junk. Too much junk. Grab another of you. Let's grab at least 1 of you. Maybe 2. It is basic metal plates. I guess. We're gonna want more wire. So, ditch these. Ditch these. We'll get a full stack of that later. Ditch that. Gonna want more cable for sure. For sure. Alright. Oh yeah, we can really feather that jetpack. Maximum efficiency. Oh yeah. That's what I like to say. That's what I like to say. Okay. Let's go grab a crap ton of copper sheet. It's copper sheet time. Let's go. So we could be smart and go respec all of our copper sheet, but hear me out. I don't want to, and we want to get oil done, right? If we want oil to be done, does anything else really matter? I know you might be thinking, yeah, kind of, but does it really matter? What if I just grab a ton of copper sheet? Oh, we have all this old copper sheet we made. That's right. Look at it. Look at its beauty. We'll take it all. I'll take it all. And since I'm here, I can cash in some of that Caterium Quickwire. Oh yeah. We're going to use that for our power. Thank goodness. There we go. Grab some Quickwire. And thanks to our extra inventory, we can do that without a hitch. Feels good. All right. So, I think that is all we needed. That is all we needed indeed. What am I... Oh, God. What am I short on? Oh, I only have 20 reanimated Sam. I see. Not enough stuff. We don't have enough to build our next teleporting producer. With that said, I think we'd be wise to make said... Why am I going to my original coal setup? Whatever. Those guys will run in perpetuity for the rest of 1,000 years. I'm sure they'll be fun. If we continue our production. I don't need any of you. You can be destroyed. If we continue our production, right, of our SAM fluctuators, you could say. Just ditch it. Just ditch it. I don't need these. Then we'll be so effective that we could probably slam down. Yeah, we can slam down one of these in our oil area, and somehow you might be asking, hey, Generic, can you be more specific than somehow? And my answer is no, unfortunately. But, but somehow we can figure out what to do. Yeah, we'll upload that. But first, where was... Where's my silica? Let's put the silica in. Perfect. Oh, I'm so excited. I cannot sum up enough how excited I am to simply have an outrageous amount of materials that I don't have to worry about. Where are my motors? I need a bunch of them. There we go. Let's just grab 4 stacks of motors. That's probably enough, right? Let's hope. Back to Oilopolis. We will become oil barons. Yippee! Yippee! Okay. With all that said. So I guess the question is, we could make compact fuel. Well, we're going to want to unlock that no matter what. That's for certain. But beyond just that, right? What do we want to do with it? Do we want to use all the compact fuel? Or do we want to take our oil and ignore power entirely? We have infinite water. We have a ton of water right next to us. So we can make oil power plants in Oilopolis. That won't be a problem. I just don't know if we'll need it. 38 coal plants makes a lot of power, I'll tell you what. It's almost like some people would say, don't make 38 coal plants. Crazy, I know. What do they know? Right? What do they know? Nothing. That's why they only have like 10 coal plants. Pathetic. That's what I say. Pathetic. Oh. Oh. As we just kind of AFK our way over through these beautiful... Ooh, slug. Beautiful landscape. There are so many slugs. Good lord, there's a lot of slugs. Let's change up our music, why don't we? Speaking of music, so I was looking through YouTube. If you didn't know, YouTube has access to, actually, maybe not Sanctum 2. Let's go back to Absolute Fix-It, something a little chill. But YouTube has a bunch of music which, according to them, has no copyright claim, right? So you won't get claims. With oil, with the right alternatives, I can turn 600 oil into 44 gigawatts of power. Damn! That is a lot of power. But I won't care until our consumption hits my 2700 megawatts. You might be wondering, why are these megawatts fluctuating? I don't know. Anyways, don't worry, I built some batteries to account for that. At some point, you just gotta stop troubleshooting and just let it run. Yes, I am a professional. Yes, this should concern you. If you feel concerned, wise. Welcome to the DOE, baby. Anyways. Okay, so now we can build refineries. What do you make exactly? What would you say you do here, refinery? Oh boy, that is a lot of stuff. That is a lot of... Oh, we need water and poly... Okay. So, we can make a few things. Heavy oil... Okay. So we can make crude oil directly into plastic and heavy oil residue. There's 2 outputs. Understood. we can take polymer resin and water to make more. What is polymer resin? If you make fuel from the oil, we get polymer resin. Polymer resin can turn into plastic or rubber. Okay. So no matter what we make, we're getting the resource to make a small amount of either petrol coke, which is just coal, essentially, or residual fuel. Interesting. So, okay. This is going to be complicated. This is going to be a mess, isn't it? Oh, coal plants must be a nightmare, huh? Well, let's go check out the last coal node or oil node we got in Oilopolis. It's up there. All right. Let's start climbing. There's only one way. There's only one way to the heart of the oil fields, and it's by climbing the ladder, Jacob's ladder. Which, okay, so I think, oh shit. Okay, this is gonna be a minor pet peeve. Some songs and stuff mentions Jacob's ladder, right? And I'm sure a lot of people are familiar from that, but they probably don't know what Jacob's ladder is. And as a result, it just kind of bugs me when people use it the wrong way. Yes, this is incredibly petty and no one cares, but it matters to me, gosh darn it. It matters to me. Anyways, Jacob's ladder is from a biblical story where the titular Jacob, who was a person, right, had a dream from an angel of the Lord coming to send him a message. And when he looked, he saw a ladder that spirits, assumably angels, but like, man, who knows, were climbing a ladder to heaven. So when you mention it as people climbing to heaven, it's not correct. It was other spirits, not people. This is it. This is your TED Talk. I'm not going anywhere with that. It's just the song Jacob's Ladder popped in my head, and I'm kind of like, man, they're not using it right, gosh darn it. That's not what it means. And I know, that's why I'm not a songwriter. I don't got that romance in my soul. Why is that stink cloud different? Why isn't that fart cloud? Yeah. Hey. Fuck off. Yeah. Cats lose to dynamite. I knew it. Aha. Finally. They'll never sit on my keyboards again. Oh, why are you in the ground? Yes, glow red blood moon. Herald the appearance of your new master with dynamite. Okay, I got too much stuff on me. What do we ditch? I think we stitch some of this otherwise useless sheet metal. And let's get this slug. Slug. Okay. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Alright. I don't want to go up this way. Hey, is that a Soma sloop? It is a Soma sloop. I need a crap ton of you. And we know what for now. Crap, I missed the stun. I missed the stun. Got him. Soma sloop. Oh, sorry, Mercer Sphere. Oh, I brought reinforcements. Oh, I killed your father and you're next, kid. Oh, should have learned to run. He was already lost when he challenged me. Me. I'm not a villain, I swear. But like, I could pull it off. I think I got the laugh for it. Honestly, I've always had like an evil. My laugh would make for a great Disney villain. I think I could pull off a Disney villain laugh decently well. Maybe not like the really evil ones. I'm no Frollo, right? No. I think his name is Frollo. The villain from Hunchback of Notre Dame. That guy. Now that's a villain. Now that's a villain. But I think I could play a decent. Well, obviously it can't be Gaston, but like a Gaston level villain, you know, like not crazy, but kind of just a big jerk. I think I could handle that. It'd be fun. Villain roles are like the most fun ones to act, so I would not mind it one bit, I gotta say. I gotta say. Let that be concrete, baby. Alright. Where are we going? Bing. Oh, we passed it. Oh, really? It's down there. Well, that's convenient. Well, we're already up here. We're already up here, so may as well make use of this jetpack, am I right? Am I right? Excuse me, Murder Forest. Excuse me, Murder Forest. Holy shit! Oh my god, you were hidden. Oh, I shot you through your own camouflage. 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 There's another one. Oh, they're in the trees. The trees are speaking spitter. Look out. Let's go. Oh, I am not attacking you from there. We can do this, buddy. We can do that. Goodbye. Got him. Nailed it. Hey. Wait, what's that green stuff? Oh, there's uranium here. We're just gonna climb up. Grab that slug. Is that a good idea to grab that? Oh, shit. Well, goodbye, plants. Let's go. Go. It's not that radioactive. I got this. I got this. Oh, it's radioactive. Oh, it's radioactive. Oh, radiation is not bad. You know, maybe this radiation thing's a little over the top. It's not that bad. Alara, never heard of it. Let's all get a little irradiated for fun. Why don't we, right? Together. Sniff some of the radioactive crates, just for a good time. What are you saying? No? Okay, like kind of lame. First off, you know, this is why we never get invited to parties anymore, man. This is why we never get invited to parties. You won't even sniff some radiation. Like, this is good stuff they're offering, man. You're kind of being rude by turning it down. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Don't turn down the good radiation. That's not far enough. Crap. You know what's funny? I unlocked blueprints like 15 gameplay hours ago, and I've never even touched it. I've just never touched the blueprint systems because I keep going like, you know, like I want to be a little more efficient before I bother. All right, there's a summer sloop up there. Can I? Yeah, bet. Shit. Oh, this is starting to hurt. Oh, this is a lot of radiation. I'm out.
The effigy
Oh.
when you compose.
Okay.
I was not built to use organic components for communication. I am adjusting.
We did it.
Effigies make a flow. You are not the current.
I am not sure what you mean. I do run on a current. I am a digital construct.
I am loving the alien communicating with our robot waifu who might murder us, but like it's definitely bad news. I'm just calling it. That's terrible news for us. Oh well. I mean, I'm getting paid, so at the end of the day, who cares? Right? You know what I mean? Who cares? Oh! Oh! Come on. Oh, the jetpack is so nice. I should have built this thing a million years ago. Alright. Where is that oil at? It is... here? What? Nande? It's under us. It is under us. Wow, I can jump 3 meters. Look at me. I should be in the NBA. All right. Oh, we didn't need to go up at all. Ooh, a slug. Ooh, a second slug. Ooh, a third slug. Yo, hold up. We found something better than oil. We found something better than oil. Something we weren't looking at a great price. Let's go! It's slugging time! Yippee! Yippee! This is great. Now we can supercharge our oil plants. And I feel like that's what we want to do, right? Even when we have just an outrageous amount of oil nodes in Oiltopia, the fact is we could make more, right? If I overload each of the oils to make 300 or as close as we can to it, yeah, it'll cost us power, but oil's a pain to get. Fuck it. Coal is easier to get than oil and less useful because we have recipes to use concrete to make a ton of steel. We're good on steel. We're so good on steel, I haven't bothered to optimize my steel. So, in that sense, yeah. Hey, where you going? Where you going? Oh, you know the slapping you about to get. Come here. Ow. I'm sorry. I take it back. I ain't slapping no one. I would never. Never mind, nerd. Easy, I'll slap you again. Slap you again. Wow. Alright. Where's our... not a miner. Where's our oil extractor? Man, you know how much these things cost to run? They are such a pain in the ass in real life. Good lord, oil extractors suck. Alright, anyways, enough about my random ranting. Oh! That's a high-level cat. Shit. Oh, I'm too low health. I don't want to die here. Ooh, more slugs. Ah, and bacon. Let's get that bacon. Eat it. Just what I needed. Oh, it's so good. Okay. Get the slug first thing. Is the music too loud? This is again the thing where I was like, I'm kind of worried that this music is loud. It's bopping, so I'm happy to have it, but it is a little concerning, right? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I bet you can mod these soundtracks really. I bet it's just a folder inside the game somewhere where you can dump more songs into and it just puts them in the playlist. Eh. Gotcha, nerd. Shit. Shit! He knows! He's too fast. He's too tanky. Alright, let's go. Reach and clear. Get the drill. Oh, shit! Gotcha. The cats hate it when you electrocute them repeatedly into an explosion. Music's fine? Alright. Thanks, mouse. It's one thing I've found. Because sometimes I played a few games where I'm like, yeah, this music is good. And then when I'm editing like stuff to make like a clip or something, I'm like, wow, this game is really loud. Even though the decibels are low, some soundtracks I've noticed just really cut through and you're like, wow, that is loud. Where's my other oil? I know it's somewhere. There it is. There it is. There it is. Beautiful. Let's go. All right. We got that. Let's eat this mushroom. Nom 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 nom. Ah, it tells us what's in our depot. I see. Oh, we've been using it all up too. Okay. I gotta get that manual depot uploader. Oh, that'd be so good. That'd be so good. Okay. So you will make 240. So you're not gonna make 240, buddy. You're gonna make 300. What's the point of overclocking if we don't overclock oil production? Like our true red-blooded American, let me tell you. We don't care about electricity costs around here. We care about the lifeblood of the oil pipelines. We always talk like this. Actually, more of a southern stereotype, but yeah, whatever. Whatever. It ain't the time. Oh, this is a terrible oil node. How much can we pump this bad boy? I mean, 40 megawatts, that is a lot. But if we pump it all the way, we can get a 150 meters cubic meters of oil. There we go. I pulled it off one day. What can you make? Oh, can you get to 200? You can get to 300. Hell yeah, let's go. All right, so that gives us 900, 1,050 so far. We got 1,050 oil. That's 1,350 oil. And with this bad boy, we are at 1,650 crude oil. That is an insane number. What do I even do with that much crude oil? What do you even do with that? One asks. And that is a tough question, let me tell you. Because we could do probably too much with it, to be honest. Probably too much. We'll have to be very cautious of just how much oil we use up. You don't want to go too crazy, right? Why not? I'll find new oil. I'll find new oil. Oh, yeah. It'll be easy. It'll be easy. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, 2 pipes here. Yeah. We'll pipe them down here. The real challenge is we need a location where we can put vast fields of refineries, right? I'm talking an insane number of refineries. And that does make things a little bit tougher, doesn't it? Where do we put... Oh my god. There's a legion of cats protecting a slug. Well, I don't want them ambushing me, and also I do want that slug. You know it must be done. Stun and boom until it is done. Meow meow. Meow. Okay, blowing up the cats is really fucked up. I'm about to say blowing up cats is funny, but like it's really funny though. It's really funny, man. I think we got him. Excellent. Got those nuts. All right. I'm armed. You're not dead. Got him. Excellent. Give me that slug. This kind of reminds... Ooh, I haven't seen this. This kind of reminds me of a time. So, back when I was in the school days, right? Oh, shit. Oh, crap. Okay. Okay. Okay, the flies are dead. Back when I was in the school days, it reminds me, so all the petroleum we're working with, I remember chatting with a friend who was in petrol, right? That was their field of work and expertise. And I was like, wow, your projects look really hard. Cause like, I'm seeing all these crazy numbers all over. 300 megawatts. Oh my God, 300 megawatts of power. I mean, we can provide that, but holy crap, bro. Who built this thing? And I was like, that looks really hard. And he was like, it's not that hard. It's just one material. Your thing seems absurd. Because he was like, wow, electricity seems absurd. I'm like, I mean, it's not that bad. Because it's funny, right? Because each one is like totally fine or super hard based on your opinion. Because objectively, they're both like okay. they're fine. But we kind of end up realizing that whereas as a petrol, they had this problem that I'm having now of like, wow, we have to deal with a million different pipes. Like, you have a ton of liquids coming in, flowing through different rates, different sizes, different viscosities. And that's computers, heck yeah. And that is a huge pain in the butt, right? I was like, that seems awful. He's like, I don't know. How does electricity work? And I'm like, it's basically a single pipe. Half of which is imaginary. But it's still going through the same pipe. It just doesn't exist. And he was like, what the fuck does that mean? What do you mean it's imaginary? And I'm like, man, it's imaginary. It's not real. As you do. Sometimes you have a pipe that doesn't exist. And you're flowing items that don't exist through it. It's imaginary. Alright, we'll pick those up later. Such is the life of dueling fields. Ooh, a sewer sloop. I can't believe I missed that. Ada, it's consuming time. You want to consume? Or a Mercer sphere? You want to consume, girl? You mind if I consume? No, no consume. All right, so what we have? 1650 oil, if I remember correctly. Everything is maxed out, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 1500 plus 150, 1650 oil. We can make a shitload of everything. We can make 550 of all 3 oil products. Just without knowing how much of each we want, that is immediately very tempting, right? Because that would just be very easy to do. So let's consider that. So in the refinery, okay, 30 crude oil. Oh my God, the units are 30. We are going to be here. Hold on. Okay. We'll compare here, right? I'm gonna... Hold up. I'm gonna... Let me bust out my notepad. 1650 oil. Okay. This is gonna be bad. Okay. So this is just for our initial set, right? Not the cast-off products. We aren't even paying attention to those. So that is the 1650 oil, and we have 60 to 40 fuel. We have 30 to 20 rubber. And we have, what's our last one? As you can tell, as I have to like turn really hard to the side to write this down. 30 to 20 plastic. So rubber and plastic use the same ratios. Do they make the same amount of heavy oil? 10, 20, no. So this also makes 20O, and this makes 10O. How much cast off do we get from this? 30 polymer. 30P. Okay. Well, if we make an even amount of each item, just because we can, right? Just because we can. We make an even amount of each item. What does that do for us exactly? The more we look at it. So that would give us 1550 of each. Kind of a pain. I'm thinking we do, well, so our ratios are 60, 30, and 30. It's so close. We're 50 short of 1800. So in that case, maybe we do like 9. Hold on. So if we do 30 plastic, 30 rubber, that would be 18. I want this bad boy. 18 times 30. What? Wait. 18 times 30. I want to double that. 36 times 30. That would use 1080. And that would give us 18 plastics and 18 rubber producers. I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't know how much we need. That's probably too much. You know, I'm going to guess. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that just maybe 18 of each producer before cast-off products is too much rubber and too much oil. Oh, man. I was considering making the truck convoy, but quite frankly, if we're moving this much product, I might just create, like, a conveyor belt superhighway or something. This is an absurd amount of product to move. Just wild, frankly. How should we do this? How should we do this, indeed? Well, that'd be 1080. So our 1650. 1650 minus 1080. You can tell I can do math, right? So that is 18 times rubber. 18 times plastic. Plus 570. 570 divided by 60. That should be 9.5. 9.5 times fuel. Holy crap. Ooh. Maybe we should call it early and have a stream dedicated to creating Oilopolis. You know. Or drink some tea. That's not even a bad idea. Because let's consider, we're 3 hours in. This is going to take a while. We can lay foundation, though. Obviously, we're going to lay foundation. I ain't no fool. I ain't no baby. I ain't no wimp, you could say. All right. But, so that's 9.5. So, let me draw some arrows on my handy dandy notebook so I know what the heck I'm going with. Plus, so what's that going to create us with, right? So that's 30 times 18. So this is our cast-off product, right? Our spare product. 30 times 18. That's not what I want. 30 times 18 is 540. So that's going to make 540 heavy oil. How much heavy oil do we need? Right? So heavy oil only turns into two things: petrol coke and fuel. I guess it'd be more effective to make petrol coke, right? Because frankly, we'll have an insane amount of fuel already. But if we make this much petrol coke, we could use that for something else. What do we use it for? I don't know. I don't know what we would need this for. Does this... I'm gonna ask... Hey, y'all. Hey, cuties. Hey, Claybays. I'm gonna ask you a question. Can we use petroleum coke to make iron and steel? Like, can it replace coal in every level? Or do we need to find a special recipe to do that? If so, then I could see keeping the petrol coke around. Otherwise, we just make more fuel. Because if we make this into fuel, this is 6 for every 40. We have 270. No, we have 540 because it's 18 times 30, right? 540. So that's 9 times 40. This would make either 9 times 40, that's 360. 360 fuel. 9 times. Or. This uses 40 for 120 coke. That's a lot of coal. Holy crap. Okay. Well, 540 would be quick maths. That's 13.5 or 13.5 times, which equals... Wait. Hold on. Oh crap! 13.5 times 120. I'm not doing that in my head. 13.5 times 120. 1620. Coke. Do I need 1,620 coke? I don't think so. I think not. However, do I also need 360 fuel? Do we split this? That's so much, dude. I feel like we have to split it, right? Otherwise, there's no point. This is just too much. We are... I'm making too much money! Oh, man, suffering from success. Oilopolis 2 cracked? Maybe. Okay, so split it. So that'll be... We'll do 5 times fuel, which is 5 times 60 to make 40. Yeah. See, look at us. Behold, you ever wondered what manufacturing engineering is like? Although this is more of petrol engineering, actually it's more of chemical or production engineering. It's just doing a lot of spreadsheet conversions, right? It's a lot of input-output. So if you like that, you might like the engineering side. You just gotta deal with a lot more paperwork. Ew, paperwork. 5 times fuel, which would give us 200 fuel, plus, so that would use 300, giving us 240 left, right? So that'd be 240, 6 times oh, that's perfect. Oh, it's an even number. Oh yeah, baby. Plus 6 times coke, which equals, good God, 720. Wait. If this is less efficient coal, that's still an insane amount, right? Plus, we are done. Mind you, we are not done. We still have the cast-off fuel. From the fuel, we still have the residual polymer resin. We still have this, baby. Okay, so 60 resin for 20 plastic, or 40 resin for 20 rubber. How much are we going to have, right? How much are we going to have? We're doing 9.5 fuels. That's 9.5 fuels times 30. We're going to have 285 of this guy. 285. That is not nearly as much. We don't have to split this output. But we could. Plastic or rubber? Hey, y'all. Do you tend to need more plastic or more rubber as we go on? Because I feel like I don't want to split this output. I may as well just do a singular output. I'll probably use a lot more plastic than I will rubber as time goes on. So let's just make it all into plastic. YOLO. Whatever, I can always change it. So that's 245, 285. 285 divided by 60 is 4.75. That's 4.75 times plastic. Okay. Which equals 20 times 4.75. 20 times 4 is 160. 75 is 15. That's 175. Wait. No, it's not. No, it's not. 20 times 4 is 80. That's 95 plastic. 95 plastic. Which gives us a sum total. Wow. See, it's funny. I use this notepad to note when I want to do clips usually. Today, however, we're using this entire page for conversions. So that is a total of, oh God. Oh God. Hold up. Let's go check our ratios. So that is a total of 40 times 9.5. So the fuel is 40 times 9.5 plus 200. That's 580 fuel. Good Lord. 580. I gotta get a new pen, man. I gotta get a new pen. This pen is terrible. What can I say? I hope everyone's enjoying yourselves. If you didn't come for sick conversion math, welcome to the engineering world. This is what it's like. If you ever wondered what it's like, this is it, baby. All right. So 18 of the other ones. So 20 times 18 rubber. That one's easy at least, right? That one's easy at least. So 360 rubber. Plus 360 rubber. Plus... What's our other one, eh? Plus 20 plastic times 18, which is the same 360. But we're adding another 95. That's 360 plus 95, which is 455 plastic. Holy crap. We did it. This is going to be a whole ass stream to build, isn't it? I mean, just looking at it, that is... Holy crap. Okay, not counting the water. We didn't even account for the water needs, which I will do after this. But first off, how many refineries is this going to take? Those things are big, by the way, right? We're going to need 18, oh, not N. 18 plus 18 plus 10 plus 5 plus 6 plus 5. We're going to need 62 refineries. Okay. Plus 62 refineries plus how much water is that going to take, right? Only the cast-off production requires water, so that's a good news. That's a good news. 20 per plastic, so that's 20 times 4.75, which, oh, hey, that's easy. We just did that. That should be 95. So that's 95 water for the plastic. But for the fuel and the coke, that doesn't require it. Oh. Plus 95 water, and that's it. Plus 95 water. Nice. What a mess. What a mess. Okay, we're gonna circle our answer. So, the good news is, despite this being a nightmare, this is actually a very simple build for a factory. If you think about it, right? We actually only have 2 inputs. A crap ton of oil and a little bit of water. That's all that pipes in. Everything else is inside the factory. What we have to manage very carefully is our cast-off resources and what outputs get created. We're going to have to plan that. That is the hard part. But beyond that, this is a very easy to build factory. We're just going to need what those in the business call a crap ton of space. Like, oh my god, that's a lot of space. Good thing we have this. Now I know what you're thinking. Generic. It's such a shame to build over the lake. I agree. I agree. That's why we're not going to just build over the lake. I'm not going to concrete over the lake like an animal. I'm better than that. We're going to use glass. We're going to use glass. We're better than that. Yes. I think I unlocked glass. I did not. Did I unlock glass walls? Fix-it wall, concrete wall. We did not unlock glass. Oh no, we did. Single windows, panel windows, reinforced windows. So we need to decide, do we want fix-it orange for our glass? Or do we want a ton of, what am I thinking? Or do we want a ton of boring old concrete? It's pretty easy. It just turns if I need a shitload of concrete or an insane amount of iron plates. We have a lot either way, but... Why don't we, before we're embarking on this giga project, for surely it is nothing less but a giga project, right? We can all agree. I think everyone is in agreement. This is going to be a full stream on its own to build Oilopolis. But we can prep, right? We're going to need a lot of silica, which means it's finally time. It's time for us to head out and finish those quartz nodes. That's right, we have the math done. It's quartz time. That quartz will get us silica and the extra research. What's that good for? Although, speaking of which, if we're producing such a truly outrageous sum of resources, I don't think we can truck this back, practically speaking. I think we're going to have to create. We have no choice, but to create an information superhighway. That's right, we have to create like 5,000 steel beams worth of material. I know it sounds kind of absurd, but I don't see any other way, quite frankly. Look how far this is. You want trucks to drive like 4,000 mats a minute back with fuel? Not happening. It's not happening. That's all I can say, right? There's no way. There's just no way. The good news is we do have our sink, so I don't think I'm feeding it a lot, but I'm feeding it something. It's still got something in it, right? Can't be that bad. Can't be that bad. Wow. There we go. Sink. Can you provide me? Can you provide me? With only 12 coupons, I gotta start pumping better mats into this thing. I gotta do a better job of pumping mats into this thing. Huh. That's easy enough. Now we have smart. That's right. Smart. Guys, we can do that. So, what do we want here? What do we want here? I've unlocked a lot of the basic stuff. We might want lights. But if we build the whole thing out of glass, it won't be needed. It won't be needed. Coated concrete. Oh, you need plastic to make coated concrete. Ew. We'll have plenty soon enough, but ew. We could do grit metal or asphalt. Really? Do we not already have asphalt? Is that different from concrete? I don't want to walk on asphalt. I do that plenty in real life. We can be prettier than that, right? Why not be pretty in life? That's just all I want to do is be pretty, okay? Glass roof. Unavailable. I need to research fix-it roofs in the awesome shop. What? Okay. Well, where is that? Okay, so we can unlock steel frame windows, which sounds ooh, honeycomb frame windows. I love honeycomb windows. Hell yeah. That's the stuff. That's what I'm talking about, baby. We're gonna need even more steel. Oh no. We're gonna need even more steel. We'll never survive. I don't think we really need anything else. I don't think we can really afford much else, frankly. Yeah, it's doing fine though. So steel frame windows, and we can get some paint. We can get one paint. I can't get Caterium paint, although it is shiny and gold. Well, let's be honest, it's probably too much. I could use chrome paint. But chrome paint is going to be a bit of a nightmare, I think. If we make a giant chrome super factory full of windows, it's gonna blind us. Unfinished paint sounds ugly. Specifically designed for those who hate paint. Nah. Copper paint sounds kind of baller, though. I like the idea of copper paint. Let's do copper. Okay. Bye. And I do have a second sink, so let's head over.
It never recalls a product. Every awesome item is guaranteed to work for its entire lifetime. Enjoy your purchase.
Yeah, it works for its lifetime. What's its lifetime, Ada? Ada. What's the product lifetime? Answer the question. Why isn't she answering? What does she know? What does she know? Alright, here's our second awesome sink. I don't remember. It probably should have at least a few tickets. We gotta be pretty, or what's the point in living? You can make 0 coupons? You're completely... These smart plates are useless. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. This guy stinks. Do I even need to make those other items? Oh, I can't. I just straight up can't yet. Alright. Alright, I guess that's fine. No, wait. Can I? No, I really can't. Ah, that's fine. For now, I suppose. Alright. Where are we going? Cotton Eye Joe, where does it come from? Where does it go? Okay. So what are we doing to prep, you might ask? That's right. We got to get this quartz back home. That's going to require the expansion of the highway. So if we're making this super highway, we can at least build it out to the quartz side of said super highway, right? But is this a sky highway? Or is this a ground highway? Sky highways are kind of like cheating, in my opinion. They're a lot like cheating, frankly. You avoid a lot of the bustle and the hubbub of life. In exchange, things are pretty easy. Like, right? You get what I mean? So, there's a lot of cost here, but the upside is pretty darn good if it works out. What else can we upload? Reinforced iron plates. Except for 8. Can I take out exactly 8? Good enough. Cool. Steel beams except for 20. Easy enough. Close enough. And we can fill in half a stack of wire. Why are you making sounds? Get out of here, you. Are you... Oh, he's stuck. Let's put this fat guy out of his misery. I'm sorry, little bean. But you're stuck. I gotta take you out, buddy. There we go. Anyways. Alright, so... that's all still getting pumped in. We got a lot to do, and not a lot of time to do it. I'm just kidding, we have infinite time. When was the last time I actually went fast? I ask you, that's right. You don't even know, because I never go fast. That's our guarantee. That's the Lord generic guarantee. We go glacially slow and we like it. You like it. Okay. Let's go ahead and condense these slugs we found into delicious, delicious power shard juice. Delicious power shard juice. And we're going to need to go finish off. So that is the goal of our stream, right? We're going to finish off our highway to get the silica and to get the quartz crystals home. This highway will want to be built out for maximum future proofing. Future proofing is going to be huge here. We're going to grab a lot of that, and we're going to need a lot of iron and the bars. Like, hashtag bars, bestie, let me tell you. Oh, I hate that I said that. Anyways, boop, let's toss those motors in, because we don't need a stack of 5. It's so little. We don't need you. We're rocking nothing but premium grade. That's right, premium grade. Maxed out equipment, baby. Maxed out belts. We don't rock those level 2 belts, only level 3s in this house. You know, before we head out, I want to stop and recognize that we've been doing a lot, haven't we? We've been doing a lot, haven't we? So, let's stop. Let's calm down. How you doing? Y'all doing good? Y'all doing all right? God, we haven't even hit aluminum. We haven't even hit aluminum. I'm terrified to find out what we hit in the aluminum stage, let me tell you. Anyways, and there goes the small veneer of simplicity and normalcy. Just like that. Gone like tears in the wind. Alright. There was something I was going to grab here. There's something I was distracting myself while I was going to go grab. Oh, no, it's gone. We lost it. Oh, I was going to look at our projects. Hey, Logistics Mark IV. This would be really useful, wouldn't it? What do we need? Oh, rubber. Okay. Okay, hear me out. If we're going to make a fix-it superhighway, I should probably set up some rubber production to get rubber to make the highway before we make the Giga Farm, right? That just makes sense. We also Need the plastic for fluid packaging. Oh my god, there's going to be even more. There's gonna be even more, baby. Why the fuck would you package water? I mean, I guess. But like, why would you package water? Oh, you can just package the heavy oil? I see. So if we wanted a truck convoy, we could do it. It would be viable. 48 inventory slots. That's not bad. But like, bro, we're moving way too much product. Way too much product, let me tell you. Yeah, once we get oil and rubber, or plastic and rubber going, we can tech everything out here, right? In fact, we can keep teching. We can tech into the computer era, which will change everything, I'm sure. Why was that so loud? My apologies. We can change everything, right? Okay. Yeah. Because we have all of these resources in spades. Empty platform with catwalk. What the heck creates empty space? Huh. Oh my god, is that a train? Is that a fucking train? Do we make a superhighway or do we just unlock trains? Hear me out. Wait, I could do that now! Wait a second. That's easy! Why are tier 6 so easy? Oh my god, we're just gonna unlock trains. Yo, you like trains? I like trains. Let's go. We're gonna need a lot of encased beams, a couple more motors. Yo, I'm glad we stopped. I'm glad I stopped my madness for 5 seconds. Hold up, change of everything, man. Change of everything. We can just unlock trains right now. Trains! So, this changes a lot. So, if we have trains, we don't need to create a belt superhighway. We're just gonna build trains. Sky trains. I mean, I guess I could do ground trains. But, like, it's probably gonna take more resources than building a sky train. Let's be very honest. In fact, I guarantee you it's gonna take more resources than building a sky train. It just sounds like a pain in the ass. Anyways, let's go. Let's go. Pipe it up. We piping tonight. Oh yeah, it's train time. Do I need that many pipes? Grab one more and then a couple. I kind of gave away all my steel bars and I feel a little naked without them. Anyways, because you don't use MA pipes compared to steel bars. I'm just saying. Wow. Oh yeah, it's train time. Trains, trains, trains. Trains, trains, trains. Yo, how much does a train... I like that unlocking trains can be done faster than unlocking trucks. Because you have to go unlock oil and then find oil and then refine the oil to unlock a truck or rubber. But trains is easy. Bizarrely so, in fact. Weird. I love it. Let's go. It's train time, baby. Oh, fuck yeah. Everything changed when the trains attacked.
Milestone reached. Trains are excellent for efficiently moving vast quantities of parts.
It is.
Train
Oh, yeah.
logistics can be made more precise and complex with tools found in the railway signaling
Oh, yeah.
milestone.
Tell me about the trains,
I
Ada.
listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it.
I didn't need to know that.
So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo-choo, mother...
Yeah, choo-choo, motherfucker. Let's go. Choo-choo. I can't unlock path signals. To avoid collisions and bottlenecks, I guess we're just gonna have to build 4 monorails. Okay. Hold up. Change everything. Locomotive. So we're going to need some rubber and plastic still. It's okay. We can do that in the meantime. So what do we got here? What do we need? There's the electric locomotive. Requires power to move. That's fine. We got. That's a lot of power it needs. But how much power do we have? We got 2,900. We got so much power. Ugh. 38 coal plants coming in clutch for our trains. Oh, we can put on train. How many train car? Hold up. How many train cars can you hold in one train? I gotta know, right? I gotta know. How many train cars can you hold? It's gotta be a lot, right? There's no way. Has a 1,600 cubic meter or 32 slot capacity. So we could just pump out a lot on this baby. Then it has to come back to a train station. That's fine. So this is a hub for locomotives. Connect power to the train station to power up the trains on the railway. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can. Tell me that. Tell me about the trains on the railway, Daddy. As well as feed power to other stations. Interesting. Freight platform. Loads and unloads the freight cars. Interesting. Snaps to other So we need one freight platform for every freight car, I assume. Fluid freight platform. So if we want to move liquid fuel, this is the way to do it. I don't know why we want to move liquid fuel, but here you go. Empty platform. What? What? Why? This is part of a train platform? But why? Empty platform with catwalk. Again, what's the point? I guess if you have a gap in your train, why would you do that? Just put on more cars. I guess you need a locomotive on each side of the train? Well, we'll find out. And a railway. Has a wide turn angle. Make sure to plan it out properly. Oh, that railway is cheap. It just takes steel. The steel we have, baby. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if this is how it works, I think it's time for sky trains, baby. I think it's time for sky trains. Oh, yeah. Okay, this changes everything, let me tell you. Absolutely everything. Okay. But we will still need a little bit of rubber and a little bit of plastic to make it work, to make it happen, you could say. What can we do? Once we get some upgrades, we can get better pipes. Fuck. This would change everything. If we get better pipes, you know all that math we did? All that funny paper math we did? We would have even more. We would be able to make even more oil output. More production, more pipes, more oil products, more plastic, more train, more rubber, more fuel. Wild. Unnecessary, you could even say. Unnecessary. But a lot nonetheless. Okay. Allows food to be transported 50 meters upward. So we... Fuck. What's the point of a blueprint Mark II maker? Wait, what? What does that even mean? Is it a bigger blueprint? It must be. Anyways. Okay. Okay. So in order... Ooh, I sat here deliberating so long our hard drive is complete. Wow, why do any of you stick around? I'm getting nothing done real fast. Anyways, thank you for sticking around. I love you all. Oh, we got the good shit. Automated speed wiring. Wait. Oh, what? Oh, wait. Is that an automated... Hold up. We can get an alternate version for one of the hyper complex parts for the objective? Yo, I like these words. The automated wiring, which is stators plus cable, makes automated wiring. Right, so stators plus cable. What is this? What is this? Dang it. This is automated speed wiring, which is stators plus wire plus high-speed connectors to make... Oh, it makes 3 times as much. So it's just way faster. I'm actually kind of underwhelmed. I think quick wire stator is baller though. Because we do have Catrium. We have a second Catrium node we could access at will. And I could use that to pump out some stators, baby. I was concerned about, hey, how do we get all this Catrium into position, right? Well, we have trains. And trains don't need fuel. That's right. They're superior. So we can pump that fuel into power plants and then just run trains. Haha. Easy. Who needs trucks? What? Trucks are for nerds. Real warriors use trains. God, I'm insufferable. I'm insufferable, but I'm so happy. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay. Well, crap. Oh, so we have 2... Oh, God, we have 2 goals now. We got to get us some silica. And we got to get us some trains, right? That's fine. We don't... Okay. In light of this new information, the question has changed from... I got to get... Oh, wow, that backpack barely worked. The question has changed from... I got to get everything into a conveyor belt superhighway to I've got to get everything into a train highway. Let's go. But, we could, in theory, set up a truck alongside the flying highway for the silica. Is that worth it? I don't think so. But could we have a truck drive along the ground? Maybe. Question is, how do I fuel it? I don't have spare fuel. I've used every resource. I have gone too far. I have used every resource we have ever tapped in their entirety, right? I don't sit around and... Oh, Mercer Sphere. Nice. I don't sit around and not use fuel, right? I guess I have some coal, but the coal's way too far away. I'm gonna just say it now. God damn it. You stupid beetles. God, get them. Okay. Oh, crap. Aha. Thank you, Jetpack. Wow, who knew jetpacks made life so easy? Bruh. Goodbye, Mercer Sphere. Anyways. Wow. Now, we do have enough steel on us to just skip everything. Oh, hello, little lizard. To just say, screw it. Let's bring 4 belts and just bring all the quartz to us manually. Leave the trains for the massive, super long project. And that is tempting. That really is tempting, honestly. Because we are, how much quartz are we pumping out? 120 plus, we could probably overclock this even. Plus 60. Yeah, we could overclock that output and just start it up there and move it. Well, let's, right? Because we're moving 270. That's 180 plus 60. That puts us at 240. That's still well within range. And our power usage barely moves up, let's be honest. It's a blip on the radar compared to what I'm producing. Oh yeah. Feels good. Feels good. So, with that in mind, how do we do this? How do we do this? I guess if we never walk through here, it doesn't really matter, right? We could just walk it up the path we made here originally. It's a little ugly, but it'll do. And that's what matters. Now, are we certain that we're doing good on this output? These are making 22.5. How many did we make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 times 22.5. All right, that's fine. I know one of them is in reduced efficiency as well. Actually, did I remember to reduce one of their efficiencies? I really should. I really should. Okay, I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure, in fact, that I absolutely did not. Nope. No, sir. How much are we getting? 240? Maybe? This is making 240. Let's make 270. Fuck it. YOLO. Perfect. So 270. I might need to adjust this. 37.5. 270 divided by 37.5. That's 7.2. 270 divided by 7. What? Wait. 37.5. Wait, what am I doing? 37.5 times 7, 262.5. That's how much we want to make for maximum output. 262.5. Perfect. There we go. We've set that bad boy just right. Now we don't need to reduce output. We can just pump it out. Pump it. Pump, 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 pump it. Louder. Pump it. Louder. Alright. Let's go ahead. Set up that. Go ahead and set that bad boy to there. We're going to want a combiner down here. There we go. Outputs like that. And then this bad boy. Oh, thank God. Oh, how did I live my life without this? Without this conveyor belt. Or without this jetpack. Wow. I was really underestimating how much I would love the jetpack. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, these can actually be a Mark II belt. There's no need for you to be Mark III, buddy. You'll never be that productive, and we both know it. Anyways. Okay. So, from this point on, we can now start moving product. We're gonna move one out there. Wow. How far can you stretch? Can you stretch to that? Oh, you can. Oh, yeah. Easy. Easy. And you, can you stretch to there? Easy. We're gonna need more steel beams for this, I'm gonna bet. Almost certainly, in fact. Almost certainly. Well, besides our terrible quartz ideas, how y'all doing? Having a good time? Having a chill time? I know I am. Terrible ideas are good. Sometimes. You know, I think people put too much stock into things being smart. Really what matters is that you do anything at all, if you ask me. That's all that really matters. Everything that matters. Wait, that's wrong. Kind of a pain we can't make the silica on site, but it'll have to do. It'll have to do. Oh hey, there's a geyser here. Neat. Is that going to stretch? I'm gonna guess not quite. Let's do this 4 units high. There we go. We can stretch these bad boys out a little farther. How much silica are we making? Is that 120 units plus 60? No, it's 180. Right, 240 silica. Right, or 240 quartz. Hehe. Hehe. Teehee. And as a reminder, the reason we're doing this now is because by next session, I want to have a ton of glass available in my inventory. I ain't messing around. We're doing this. We are doing this. We're going to make this factory gorgeous. Everyone is always like, generic, your factories, they're kind of poo. And you know what? I don't like that. I don't like being told that my factories are poo. I'm gonna make my factories good. You'll be like, wow, these factories are so good. I believe you did this for a living and got paid way less money than you would think. And I'll be like, that's right, I did get paid way less money than you would think. Okay, that part's kind of sad. Maybe I shouldn't have been so proud of that one. Oh well. Oh well. I don't think it's gonna stretch that far, is it? Oh, ain't no way. Ain't no way. We need a full in-betweener, don't we? Speaking of which, you need to do that as well. There we go. Welcome to the real real Satisfactory experience. Though I'll bet you Factorio's pretty darn similar in reality, only with more time crunch. Because there's actual enemies. Oh well. It's okay. Don't mind. We're out of the dangerous part of the jungle. There's no more fun and games. Welcome to the jungle. Never mind. Danger spotted. Oh god. Oh god, what am I doing? Blah. Stop resisting. Get on the ground. Alright. Anyways. Anyways. We're normal. We are normal and ordinary. Yes. Yes. Oh, am I going to be ready for that TCG shop simulator stream I'm doing tomorrow? Probably not. Oh well. Such is life. That's just how it goes. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, partner. You're gonna learn. The cookie crumbles. What the fuck am I talking about? Cookies? I don't know. That's all I got going for me, I guess. I could go for a cookie dough. Cookies are good. Well, I mean, some cookies are good. Y'all have any preferred cookie types? Any cookies you're like, oh yeah, these things are baller, or some cookies where you're like, yo, these things kind of ass. I'll say it. The classic grandma cookie, the oatmeal and the raisin. It's okay. It's okay. I don't hate it. I know some people have a comical level of hatred for it. I don't really feel that is necessary. But I do agree that oatmeal raisin is like really mid. However, I think oatmeal chocolate chip is way better. I will stand on this hill. An oatmeal chocolate chip cookie beats the crap out of a normal chocolate chip cookie any day, no diff. It is drastically better in almost every level. And I'll die on that hill. I will. I'm crazy. Don't doubt me, I'll do it. Is that really what we gotta do to get around that? Fine. Whatever. Whatever. It's not a big deal. Hey, yo, a Mercer Sphere. Wow, they really did all respawn with that patch. I'll take it. I'm gonna need a lot of those. No, not that. I'm gonna need a lot of those guys. So, I'll be more than happy to have it. Which also means they respawned these bad boys. Anyways, let's grab the Mercer Sphere and head out. I'm guessing this big open area is very much intended for them to be, for us, the players, to be trucking. Like, building big truck lines through these open roads, these country roads. Take me home to the base. I belong in the plains. I should move it one of these days. Country roads. Let's go ahead and make a intersection. We're going to move over. And in case we ever need a truck, we're going to future-proof. That's right, future-proof. It's called thinking ahead. It's something you've never seen before, I'm sure, because I never think ahead. That's for nerds. Let's go. That's nerd stuff. We don't need that. We're cool. Kinda going a little far, though. Oh, well. It's fine. It's fine. We have an unlimited number of steel beams, because I'm not really using them at the moment. I probably should. But at the moment, I most certainly am not. That's fine. We can just do this. Oh, we should change up from the Fix-It tune, shouldn't we? Hold on, let me bust out the old boombox. Wow, I'm really getting this distancing down. Feels good. Alright, no more Fix-It. Let's change to Le Michel. There we go. Oh, no, that's what I wanted. There we go. Alright. Do we wrap around or we just hop on over? Oh, perfect. There's a spot to wrap through. As we can go down a notch. And then we go up a notch. Ho ho! Let's see what we did there. So, might be wondering, generic? Why are we saying this all the way back to base? Again, I want access to infinite silica. And quartz. I don't know what I'll need it for, but now we don't have to worry. Don't have to worry that pretty little head of mine. No thoughts, head empty. That's the way we live. Probably not going to pipe anything else through this side, so we don't have to worry too much about it. Bow. 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 All right. So I guess we want to dump it down along. Well, we already have these going down, so I'll probably change these up to be a little less copper wire heavy, but whatever. There's plenty of time. All right. And this means we now have... Yes, I know, Fix It. I have been playing for a while. We're going to bed soon enough. We're going to call it soon enough, Fix It. Calm down. Calm down, Fix It. My God, man. What's wrong with you? Have you no sense, Fix It? This madness must end. Your reign of terror has gone for too long, Fix It. Soon, You'll be known as nothing but a tyrant, as you always were. The world shall see. They shall see the reality that the common worker has lived. You will learn the brutal oh my god. Can I? No. No, absolute. We are not. We are not doing it that way. We are not doing it like... Oh, shit, my boombox. This is going... Hold on. Give me that. Okay. Put down the boombox. Oopsie. Okay. Anyways. Damn it! Again! This boombox will be the death of me. I swear. Alright, there's one. That's a bad angle, actually. We want it to be out the side like that. And this one can come out the side like that. There we go. Ah, yeah, baby. Ah, I was right. We had just enough steel on us. Just enough. Oh, that feels good. Cool. So now I just need to stretch that out to here as I kind of reorganize my crates over there. But I don't have to do that right now. There's plenty of time. I might do that off screen. We've done the real build. The rest is just linking it to a crate. That's kind of nothing. Mostly because I have to go get more steel beams. That's the real reason, actually. I just need to go get more steel beams. But speaking of getting more steel beams, well, should we just go do it? Fuck it. Whatever. We're all just vibing. Where those beams at? Where the steel the beams? Okay, got what we need. All right. Ooh, more nuts. May as well need those healing drinks eventually, right? I'll need them eventually, right? All right. So what am I... Look at this nightmare. This is my first time messing with the miners. This is 120 copper ore, and we are feeding it into this labyrinthine nightmare just to make copper wire and copper. Oh boy, I should add an extra wing for copper sheets. I really should, actually. I might do that. Because then I could have the copper sheets coming in too. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Everything's pumping out there. Everything's pumping out there. Maybe I could unify them. They're kind of far. They're kind of far. Whatever. I'm over it. All right. However, we're Remember that we're moving raw ore? Let's take a look at something. That raw ore should be silica, by all rights. We're moving 240 raw ore. And in order to make that raw ore into silica, so that's 22.5 equals 37.5. So 240 divided by 22.5, that's 10.6. 10.7 times, how much is it? 37? 37.5. 37.5 times 10.66666. That's 400. 2 belts worth. So, the question is, we are moving this raw silica down right now, and that's okay. But, down here, space is a premium. It actually matters. Whereas up here, space has no value. Look how much we have. Look at this space. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you say my collection's complete? What's that? I've got everything. I'm thinking we make ourselves some constructors. A dozen, maybe more. Alright. Let's make some constructors, baby. Let's make some constructors, y'all. With a nice little gap. I'm thinking we get a little fancy. We actually make some walls. That's right. Never before seen tech. Coming in hot. We are making... too tall is fine for constructors, I think. We are making walls. Because we need 12 constructors. Those in the know might recognize that is what we call a lot of constructors. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and make them float so we can drive our trucks underneath it in the future. Should we go 3 high? I think we should go 3 high, actually. Meow. Meow. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So we do this to have just enough room for an output. Maybe we actually just stretch it out one more. Maybe we just be smart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Perfect. Oh, I'm good. Oh, I'm good. What can I say? What can I say? I'm just that good. What's the easiest way to clear that? Whatever. Oh, yeah. So now we're going to need a set of splitters. Remember when I said I was going to set up plastic and rubber? Anyways, wild, weird thoughts. What kind of nerd would do that, am I right? Certainly not this one. That sounds cringe. Alright. Bow. 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 Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Are these belts going the right way? They are. Cool. Q. Alright, let's make some silica, baby. We're gonna glass it up. Now remember, in real life, if you're ever working with silica, it's incredibly important. And I stress this. I know I say a lot of stupid stuff, but actually wake up. This is important. If you're working with silica in real life, wear an N95 dust mask. Yes, the one you wore for diseases during the plague. Wear that damn mask. You have never seen what it looks like when someone's been breathing in silica on a work site all their life. It's a nightmare, dude. Oh my god, that stuff is so nasty. Oh, it's bad. It's really bad. I'm not joking. That's holy crap, man. It cakes your lungs and cannot come off. You just permanently lose access to breathing rights, okay? You don't want it. You have been warned. That's all. Alright, we've got the splitters set up. Remember, when you don't know how much you need, just say YOLO. Just say YOLO, it'll math itself out in the end. Or something. What the heck? What's this Ouroboros? This Ouroboros belt. Such a thing should never be! What have you done, generic? You've doomed us all! Worlds will burn! That's right. They will. Oh man. You know what I miss? I miss old school RTS game stories. Like a not even Warcraft 3. Although Warcraft 3 is good, right? But like a Warcraft 2. Where like everything's an excuse for a fight, for an army fight, but everything's just so melodramatic. Oh, I love it. I love that melodrama. It's just good stuff. What can I say? What can I say? It's just good stuff. Alright, tear that up. Tear that up. Well, not that. Tear that one up. Don't really want to tear up that guy. Well, I guess I'll have to, so it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. We can handle it. Well, I need power. Yes. Power. Anyways, I mean, that's stretch. Yes. Power, see? Yeah, see? Oh, you can do a power line like that? Yo, that's kind of rad. I didn't know it auto turned into a wall plug. That's going to save me a lot of time in the future. Yippee! Blue. Whoops, that's not where I want that to go. It should go here. And here. Yes. Yes, flow my silica. Flow. Well, at least we got the quartz out of the way. I've been sitting on this stuff for like 5 streams. You know, in hindsight, I probably should have done that a little sooner, huh? Oh well. Is not big deal. Is fine. Now then, that's 2 silica productions, which then need to head out into that and that. Oh yeah, we got ourselves a silica train. And we just, oh, not like that. Not like that, cutie. Hold up. Alright. So how do we want this? How do we want this? One silica can definitely come out here. Well, maybe like that. Yeah, that sounds good. If you pop out like that, then this one can pop out like... Honestly? Like this. It's gross, but it works. Hear me out. It's gross, but it works. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. Okay, silica on top. Now we're going to kind of flip our silicas and our other bad boy. Our naughty, naughty little boy. Because we now need 3 layers on each of these. Let's go. Stackable. Stackable. Alright, let's get rid of this. We'll build a better bridge somewhere else. Anyways. I never use it anyways. Who cares? Who cares? Meow, meow, meow. Where's that dismantle crate? Up there, there's a dismantle crate. Really? Alright, we'll deal with it in a bit. In a moment. Alright. Do. Bam. 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 As we stretch. Welcome to the belt building game, Satisfactory. Thank you all. Enjoy your stay. What can I say? What can I say? Oh, we went off one too high. This guy doesn't need that to fly. Alright, angle that. Angle that. Do I need you? What are you? You are useless to me. Okay. Is this where I want these crates? I'm actually thinking I want it to face outwards. Like... mayhaps like so. Like that. In that case, we want to cut every line. Yes, every single line. Shocking, I know. Hey Ziltich, how you doing? Yeah, it really is just a belt building game, isn't it? Alright, let's make some smart splitters. Wait, where are my AI limiters? Dang it! Hold on. I really need the smart splitters. It actually matters. It'll make sense when I explain. It'll make sense. Are you just too slow to upload smart splitters? It is. Perfect. I can just take them out of here. What are you doing? No space in depot for the copper wire. Interesting. This only holds so much, huh? Oh, is that it? It can only hold, like, 7 items. Oh, you can pin an item. Weird. Okay. Alright, that makes a depot a lot worse than I thought it was. That's a little bit unfortunate, I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, let's get those smart splitters. Might be wondering, generic, why do you need a smart splitter? Is it because you're not smart? Shut up. Hey, don't be rude. Anyways, so we want 2 of you, like so. That's not gonna stretch. We're gonna need to move you to the next set. So, the thing is, we're going to be producing a lot of materials from all of these productions that we don't use. Does that make sense? Things we actually don't use up that often. As a result, what we're going to want is to reduce our output, and by which I mean we want to have an overflow from these smart splitters. For example, this guy is going to want to come into there, as our copper wire is likewise going to want to come into there. Perfect. And now we want to flow this guy into here, and this guy into here. Well, is that where we want our silica to flow? Because we have 2 silicas. It might be a bit of a problem. It might be a bit of a problem. Unless I just build a 3rd source. Behold! Brilliance. Yes, I am known for it sometimes. In flashes at night, in the darkness, the brilliance finds me. Anyways, so what we're going to do is basically we are going to I actually want you to go like that. And you go like that. Perfect. So let's assemble the right side output as oh, you can set sides as overflow. I didn't need to do it this way. They're already set. They're already set. Anyways, what are you? Your copper wire? They're copper. Wait, no. Wire. So now it's going to pump in wire, right? And this one is going to pump in cable. As the rest is overflow. So the reason we're doing this is I want every single overflow to end up combining out, right? Because they'll just hold 1 stack of each unless upgrade for more. Why isn't it? We'll figure it out later. So you are going to output crystal. Where's my crystal? Quartz crystal. There we go. And you can double tap. That is a clear line. Do not pretend it is not. You are also an overflow. And you're going to output silica. I'm going to guess we're going to use this silica real. Like, this is going to cap out real fast, right? Silica and overflow. So, we now need all of these overflows to come out into a combiner, which is going to be a mess. How the fuck do I do that? Well, I kind of made it really hard for myself, didn't I? Did I not make this very, very difficult on myself? That's right, I did. That's right, I did. Oh well, that's fine. We'll make it work. We'll do it live. You're the silica, so I can dump all this extra silica in here. I got all this extra quartz crystal in here. Yeah, you can hold the extra wire. I guess. Whatever. Anyways. Okay, so I'm gonna upgrade. I gotta upgrade that trans-dimensional space, huh? Whatever. For now, we need to handle our overflow outputs. Fuck, do I want to reset these? It would make the overflow so much cleaner. Yes, I do. Damn it. Well, It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We know that it'll work. Smart splitter. 1, 2. And then we go 2. And then we go 1, 2, 3. Then we go another 2. Wait. Yes. Then we go another 2. And we 1, 2. There we go. So you into here. Yeah, we can go straight. Save even more. What the fuck did I just build? Hold up. I built something. Well, it looks clear. We're gonna pretend that never happened. I don't know what just happened, so as far as anyone's concerned, nothing happened. Capiche? Capiche? You get me? Good. Good. Y'all didn't see nothing, okay? Y'all didn't see nothing. Alright, so this will output to here. And then these go bleh. And bleh. Perfect. And we now set their outputs. Okay, so you output. Let's set you to well, yeah, you can all be set to any. Because what matters is that your right side is overflow. And overflow. So we want to future-proof this for future expansion of materials. Do we though? I'm not going to belt anything else. I'm not going to be well, I might belt sheets. I will be belting sheets, but the sheets will go here. In fact, let's just dump this down. There we go. That's where the sheets will go, the copper sheets. So now, we want all these bad boys to connect to a combiner. That's right. So we're going to toss a merger onto here. Check this shit out. Check this out. This is going to be ugly. But we do what we have to make these damn belts fit. All right. Too steep. Come on. Come on, buddy. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Look at that. These ones are combining. Okay. That doesn't clip. Shut up. You saw nothing. No, shut up. All right. So, darn. This bottom one's going to be a problem. The sheer distance we have to go up is going to be very difficult to hit. Quite frankly. So we now have a merger down here. Which we want to face that way. Face the wall, prisoner. Face the wall and do not talk. Perfect. Maybe. Well, if I just have a second merger down here. We merge you out and you out. Ah, there we go. There we go. We figured it out. We figured it out. Well, not really. Not really. Okay. If we have a merger over here. Oh, it's still getting in the way of something. You just don't see it. You just don't see it overlapping. Fuck it. Yeah, whatever. I don't care anymore. So these two merge in. Oh, it's so ugly. Whatever. I don't want to waste more time on this. So those mergers, once these overflow, they will all output like so into this guy, right? all of the overflows now output into a clean overflow stack. The overflow stack is going to then come out, lift up. Let's do it like, there we go. Lift up, like so. Oh, this is a reverse. We don't want that. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. There we go. Like so. And then stick out. Like so. I had it. There we go. As we stick out the output. Coming across. Beautiful. You actually do love to see it. You do love to see it. Look at that. Now we form a sky bridge. Over. Okay, that's just enough to sky bridge over. Hey, how you doing, loading? I like how your name is loading. That's a little diabolical. You're right. YouTube's on to you. Look out! Alright. Let's go. We are currently making some overflow stock for our sink. Because my sink is going too slow for my tastes. Perfect. Now we dump this out here. One more. There we go. Alright. So, we gotta avoid all this mess. Right now, this is dumping out like so. We really don't need it to, though. Really don't need it to. That's just dumping out excess stuff from those crates, which we can dump out entirely. That's okay. What we want is more mergers. That's right. Where's our mergers? So in the end, we will want a merger like so. Perfect. Going to merge that in. And this bad boy cannot quite fit. So let's go ahead and give him a little bit of a stretch. Why don't we? There we go. Come on, jetpack, please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. There we go. Hey, beautiful. Dump that bad boy in. The overflow will flow in. This, while not quite, we just need to make a conveyor lift. Oh, crap. What am I going to do about that? Oh, well. We'll figure it out. Not like that. That's gross. There we go. Oh, I can just... no! Great. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Well, the problem is loading with the name. I love the spirit of trying to get people to think their stuff is loading, but the problem is that names are blank when they're not loaded. At least on most things, right? They're going to be blank when they're not loaded, so very few people will fall for it. It's simply not how most of the modern infrastructure handles that kind of naming nomenclature. So it's going to be a little tough, I'm afraid. It's going to be a little bit tough. Do I care about that? Let's throw out the rock warts. Fuck it. YOLO. This is too much concrete. Okay. Okay. We're doing pretty good otherwise. And since I have these guys, do I want to do the same? Do I want to give them smart splitters? I think I do. By golly, by gee, I think I do. I think I do. What the heck is this guy doing? Oh, I see. I see what's going on. That did need to be merged then. Oh, you still get people occasionally? Nice. Nice. I respect it. It might be terrible, but I respect it. How dare you? Crap. Okay. So we need you to go like that. Then you to go like... Okay. I'm gonna need to wrap you back around and create a lot of space to go down one floor. Come on, belts. You can... Okay, you know what? Fuck it. You know what? There's a better solution. Give me the lift. There we... Not that. There we go. We're just using the lift. I don't even care. It's ugly. I prefer to use belts, okay? Alright. Perfect. Okay. What was I doing? I don't know. Right. Smart splitters. Because we're trying to feed our sink. Gosh darn it. We're trying to feed the sink. Okay. I might not be able to do this. You know, I probably should have paid a little more attention to what I was doing before I tore up this ancient, like 20-hour ago project, you know? Oh, well, such is life, c'est la vie. Nah. Our spaghetti's clean, okay? Ah, here they are. Ah. So if we set up the smart splitters here, aha. I figured them out. Here we go. We're gonna need one more. Here we go. So if the smart splitters come into... Really? Okay, we're gonna have to cut here. And there we go. Now we don't need to bend them. We can just move them down. Perfect. Perfect. So, what are you? You are reinforced plates. So forward overflow, left output plate. Reinforced iron plate. You are bars. Rods. You are rods. And then overflow. And last not least, we have the humble iron sheet. Iron plate. Whatever. Whatever. And does this correspond? Rods. Plates. Plates. Perfect. 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 Beautiful. That's no spaghetti. We've done it. We've succeeded. Oh, yeah. Look at that. What a beaut. What a beaut she is. The left output modular frame. Main output any. So our main output can then kinda pop out there. Yes, that is ugly, but don't worry about it. It is feeding itself like a disgusting All-consuming Ouroboros, not exactly what we wanted. Maybe if our Smart Splitter is faced like so. Real close like. No. Okay. How about that? Fuck. I may have done this to myself. I'm going to be perfectly honest here. May have done this to myself. Is that enough? Not to there. So if my Smart Splitter... Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a pain. We might have to force a clip. That's okay. We got it to fit, and that's all that matters. Oh, it's too... Oh gosh darn it, it's too close. It's too close. Come on. Come on. There we go. Lock it in. Come on, buddy. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to your old pal. We were invincible together, and now you do this to me? How could you do this? How could you do this? Okay, well, I guess we can try and back it up a little bit more. We're gonna start running into the same problem we had earlier, though. Well, come on. Come on. Thanks. About loving my model, I love me too. Well, since I'm sitting here raging about Smart Splitters, how you doing, loading? I'm Lord Generic, your Terracotta Warrior, and today we are... Oh my god. We are unable to build a splitter that works. I was going to say we discovered Oiltopia and mathed out that, but that's not important right now. What's important is that this frickin' splitter will not... Okay. Wait. What if I put this here? Can I then... No. Okay. Okay. I got this. I got this. I know what to do. I hate it, but I know what to do. So 8 merger. It will output in this direction. Yes. We're going to leverage every ounce of space available to make this old build functional, gosh darn it. I'm just trying to feed my sink so we can be beautiful. Oh, you moved over, loading? Hello, how you doing? You look even better on this side. Okay. Every ounce of available space. Gosh darn it. There we go. There we go. And now that we've used this much space... Thanks for the follow. Smart Splitter. Now we've used every ounce of space. We put the Smart Splitter here. Is that enough? That's enough there. This guy, however, is going to bend over. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Once we finish rampaging, I do need to pour a little more of my tea anyways. You know, I gotta work tomorrow too. Wow. We really gotta... Oh boy. Oh boy. That's... Shit, I was gonna finish this early. I just wanted to do a little bit of quartz. This is on me for thinking I'm gonna do a little bit of quartz running. And it'll be nice and clean and easy, right? It'll be nice and easy. What? More's the fool. More's the fool. All right. Oh, we did it. Oh, we did it. Look at that clean sweep. Finally. Now the left, the left output will be our frames. There we go. The rest will overflow like so, alongside all the other overflows, which are all going to output outside to, we're going to need a series of mergers. Conveyor merger that goes here, back a little, and fits in. And then we're going to need one merger here. Let's do it like, I actually kind of like it out here. Yeah, kind of like that. Let's make use of this space. You know, I know I've been piping a lot of stuff back here, but sometimes I wonder if I should even bother to keep this as my main base. Because fuck it. Once we get trains, I could just turn it into the greatest train depot ever seen. And I respect that, because we have trains now, baby. Booyah. Trains. Trains a baller. Excellent. The overflow, it feeds. Oh, how it feeds. Yeah, baby. That's right. Keep pumping. Keep pumping that overflow. Oh, yeah. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. We're gonna feed this sink something good. Something good. Okay. Let's put away some of this shit. I got all this stuff on me. Alright, let's put away 2 of the Mercer spheres. I need to keep 1, just in case. Alright, let's check on our mystery box. Looks like it's full. Nope, it's just busy uploading. Perfect. Alright. So, with that said, what do I even do? I have some protein to make. Nothing like a little protein to, you know, help it out between workouts, am I right? Okay. We can top up, but I'll be honest, I might just top up off screen. Ooh, it's been a while. We've been going for 5 hours. Holy shit. This was supposed to be a short one. We're streaming tomorrow too, you know? Okay. Well, good news is, let's go check the quartz production, make sure that stuff works, eh? Make sure that stuff works. Where's the quartz? Copper. Wire. Quartz. Yippee, we found it. All right, what did I need to research with this? Make a main base on a platform above the ground. That makes sense, make a giant super base. I mean, I do have my steel foundry as well, so we could just pipe everything to that one eventually. But we gotta experiment with our trains first. We gotta experiment with trains before anything. Crystal oscillator, let's go. I don't know what that is, but let's go. And we need some rebar to make shatter rebar.
Research completed. Crystal oscillator recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
Oh, it's explorer time. What is this? Radio oh, you can scan for hard drives, you say? Oh, say no more. Say no more. That's all I want. That's all I want. And a radar tower. What the heck is this? Scans the surrounding area to display map. Oh, you can just build it and it just tells you forever. That sounds nice. That sounds very nice. Okay. Let's go. All right. Well, I was going to set up a quick dirty pipeline for our plastic and our rubber to get that in production. Because frankly, all right, well, I think that's, hold on, let's holy shit, let's save. Oh, well, welcome in. Okay, frankly, it's like 5 hours, so let's transition and cool down a little bit. Hey, how you doing? You having a good evening? Good. Good. Let's be here. Let's be here today. Alright, so I saved. I'm gonna save again like a freak because, God, I don't want something bad to happen. The nightmares. They haunt me. Oh, well, okay. Was it 4 hours, 45 minutes? We have been going for a hot second, let me tell you. For a hot second. Okay, probably good to calm down. Tomorrow, I'm playing some more of TCG Shop Sim. I don't really have a reason that I'm doing it, frankly. I'm just doing it for the fun of it. I'm just doing it for the fun of it. And because I'm filling time. Filling time till Stalker 2 comes out. That is going to be our next big hit, and you all know it because I say it every time, and I'll never stop. Oh yeah, I'm never stopping. I can't wait. I've been waiting 15 years for Stalker 2, okay? I can be excited. I've been waiting 15 years for this. Wow, that makes me sound so old. That makes me sound terribly old, I gotta say. Oh well, it's fine, it's fine. Though, oh, thank you for the stretch loading. Wow, yeah, 200 points already. That was fast. That was really fast, actually. I feel like you just showed up. That was really fast. Wait. Wait, how fast do you earn points? Am I crazy? Maybe. Oh, it gives you some. I don't know how Twitch works. Oh, God. Oh, that's actually very helpful. I don't know how Twitch works. I'm going to be honest. Half the time when I use Twitch, even from a streamer perspective, right? You have 15K? Jeez, Frost, go to bed. Go to bed. What are you going to use that on? I guess you can go for VIP. I don't know how to price things. Okay, 300 points, yeah. I don't know how Twitch works. As I speak, I'm looking at my dash bar, and Twitch immediately errors out my video and says, oh no, it doesn't work. It just immediately goes, oh no, network error, the stream doesn't work. And I'm like, I am staring at it, talking about how you don't work, Twitch. Good Lord, way to make my point. Oh well, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. God, I should play. Maybe I should stream some. My voice. Maybe I should stream some Guilty Gear sometime. That would be fun. I gotta learn it. I gotta get a better controller. I gotta get a controller with a D-pad. My controller's D-pad is sticky. It's weird. It's like misshapen and it sticks a little bit. And I'm like, It wasn't like that. I think it was a $15 controller, right? It was really cheap because I got a nice controller and it broke. So now I'm like, all right, I'm going to get a cheap controller. Guess what? It broke. Which just tells me buy cheap because it's going to break. See, it's sticky because it's physically misshapen, I think. I think just the pressure of being used for a good 6 months, physically, the plastic was really cheap. So it just couldn't handle it. And is now slightly sticky. Exactly. Yeah, very annoying. But I also got the Xbox Pro, and that thing broke on me, and their soldering coating was nightmarish, so I couldn't desolder it. So, fuck it. Everything's broken. I'll buy a fight stick one day. I probably won't. But the dream remains. Will I have time to play Strive? I'll probably never have time to play Strive. Well, let's be honest here. And the problem with fighting games is I'm like, ugh. See, Frost, I did spend 2 hours trying to desolder my Xbox Pro Series controller. But the coating was, even on my high quality, adjustable, full power, adjustable temperature soldering iron, I could not do it. Even with flux, I could not physically pull the shoulder sensors from the board, and it ended up damaging the board before it desoldered. And I was like, holy crap, man. Oh, this is bad. Screw it, it's junked. I gave it an honest try, that's all I can say. Oh well. Oh well. But with that, we should calm down ourselves. It is late. I'm just going to say it's pretty late. So, get up. I'm stretching, but you need to too. Get up and stretch, get some water, wash your face, and do some skincare. Put some lotion on that skin. That means you, Frost. That means everyone. Do some skincare. Wash your face. Use a little bit of soap or cleanser. Hopefully you have a gentle soap for your face. You don't want something strong. But that's its own topic entirely. With that said, we're going to hop over to the ending stream, but you don't have to leave. Words. Okay, one thing at a time, right? One thing at a time. Be sure to follow on Twitch and like and subscribe on YouTube based on what you are, and you'll catch me next time. We're going to build Oiltopia next stream, and if we have the time, maybe even make some trains. I probably won't have the time, but hey, there's always a dream, right? I feel like Oiltopia is going to be big. That's going to take a long time. With that said, on the Twitch side, stick around because I have someone that I would love to raid. She's debuting tonight, and I'm surprised she's still going, so be sure to say hi. As always, I'm Lord Generic, your Terracotta Warrior, and, well, catch you next time. Maybe even tomorrow, eh? I'm gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even have a Twitch. I don't have a raid message for Twitch. I don't got anything. I don't know what I'm doing. I am a mess. Oh well, but at least I'm a hot one. Have a good night, y'all, and say hi. Bye. Once the raid actually goes off. There we go.